Come here, you little bastard.
Ooh, sugars. So speaking of people in comments,
well, and then my aunt followed me on TikTok.
Is that
my same aunt that literally abandoned me?
I'll be right back.
Oh,
Black
that aunt.
Yeah.
Black.
So I'm
Black.
I'm debating if I want to make a whole ass video to her or if I want to send her a text message.
No, just black.
Okay,
No.
so I stand with Charlie.
Just get rid of him. Cut the cord.
Right, don't let them rent a room in your head.
Yes.
If you're feeling extraordinarily petty, you could just make a really petty video and then block her.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Cause like I'm really, really butthurt because like my brother lost his infant son in May and nobody's called him to check on him. Like nobody except for me and my older brother. So it's like I'm mad about that. I'm mad that I got stood up in Chicago not once but twice by her and my uncle. Like, and it's just like y'all have the fucking audacity to follow me on social media, but you can't shoot me a text message. That's cute. That's weird. So
That's relatives. Family don't do that. That's a relative.
I was gonna say, yeah.
It's a weird morning.
Just a heads up, Sugar, since you came in after Mim said it. Mim said that he woke up and he just woke up in a shitty mood. So I feel like all of us, Mims,
I think that's just in the air. You know, maybe something's in retrograde or something.
I was in a great
Look at that hair, man.
Mims, we're almost in matching pants. I saw the red plaid. I'm in blue plaid.
Oh, nice.
But Sugars, yes, Mims.
And I was supposed to see
Gross new
Dwarfation
shorts
last night, and I didn't get to go because I got cut late. All of the trust that they had us build yesterday, they're like, oh, these are additional schematics that we didn't give to the fire marshal, so we need you guys to take those all down because the inspection's in the morning, and then come back again tomorrow. So your friend's gonna have to wait at the airport for like 2 hours while you rebuild this trust structure.
Do you get paid
that
per
has
job,
not
or
been
do you get paid
cleared
per hour?
by the fire marshal?
Oh, I get paid. Okay, so I get paid flat rate. So every 5 hours I'm there, the second I cross over that 5 hour mark, I get another 5 hours, even if I'm there for 10 minutes.
Hey.
So
Okay,
yeah,
but I'm sorry, my
Wait, which
OSHA
airport?
brain kicked in. I heard you say that these were not in the original schematics for the fire marshal, so we're going to take them down, get inspected, and then put them back up, meaning you are being told by your employer to do something 100% illegal and dangerous.
I didn't hear anything. I was told to do a job, and that's what I'm gonna do. That was something I overheard.
I'm not talking about.
I overheard it, but I didn't hear it, and it has nothing to fucking do with me. I am a hand.
Oh, it's not you.
It's
not
Right, but they put you in that
employer.
position. What Bloy was saying is they put you in that position.
Exactly.
I've had so many inspectors come up on a roof and go, you can't do this. Oh, well, blah, 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 told us we could.
I am saying this as someone who is OSHA certified, and I have enough hours to be an OSHA instructor. That's why my brain exploded when you said that, because I'm like, I'm sorry, what?
Why do you
and it's
think
not
my
about
face is
you.
like this?
It's about your employer. I know how it is for us as the workers. We just the ones that do. Y'all tell us what to do, we go do it. I'm questioned about your employer though, because that's
so technically I was not supposed to be privy to that information, and I've already told my boss about it, like because this company hires us to be extra hands. So I did tell my boss about it. To be honest, this is shit that happens all the time. It's nothing new to me.
Yeah, I know.
But no, he's aware of it. He pretty much just told me, he's like, listen, is it dangerous? And I'm like, no. He's like, don't worry about it. Because I know it's not dangerous. Yeah, like I know whatever we're building, it's not dangerous, so I'm not too stressed about it. But I completely understand where you're coming from. I understand. I'm gonna be out of there in fucking 2 hours. I just want my paycheck and go pick up my friend.
Respect.
Like,
maybe that's what we should make today's theme about.
Know.
You know, maybe we should make today's theme about, you know, the workforce, the
exploitation
workplace.
of the working class. That's
Yes.
called capitalism.
Sure, yeah.
We talk about that
I
every
also
freaking day.
Right, you're right,
This
you're right.
morning, too. So this is. I was thinking of a theme. Shit that they say. So, and then we can pen shit that white people say, shit that men say, shit that whatever,
Shit
and
that
then
your
we,
bosses
Right.
say.
Shit that
shit that
politicians
your
say.
bosses say, yeah.
Your mama
yeah.
said.
Shit that your bosses do. Oh, we had banner years. Oh, you want to raise? Well, how about a pizza party? Oh, you
If
talk
I
to
get
your
invited
fellow
to
coworkers
one-
about your paychecks, you're fired.
Yep, even though it's
Oh.
not against the law.
Yeah,
Even though
it's not.
it's not against law. I have had to argue with people over and over again because they're like, it's against the law to talk about your pay. No, it is
it's
not. It 100%
No,
is
it's
not.
not.
The reason why they don't want you to talk about your pay is because somebody in the mix is getting screwed when it comes to the amount,
Yep.
and they don't
Yep.
want y'all to talk about it. So then
All
y'all
about that
have to gang
equality.
up on them.
See, I don't
Let's
talk
talk
about
about
I
that.
get paid with my
Let's talk about-
employees because I'm a lead. I'm a lead. I'm experienced and I'm certified.
But see,
so
you're
like,
a lead.
so
Your pay
I
is
get
supposed
paid,
to be
I get
different.
paid $10 to $15 more than all
But
of the
you're-
men that work under me. So I don't sit there and glorify my pay because I don't want them getting butthurt that a woman is getting paid twice as much as them.
That is a real fucking thing.
Yeah.
When you work in any kind of job, working with your hands, I'm talking about like Sugars does events where they do the builds and stuff. I do industrial construction. That is a real thing. That's the only time in my entire work history that I have never openly discussed my pay, and it was sheerly out of fear of being harmed for making more than my male counterparts doing the same job.
All right, I'm gonna go live.
And I say
real quick
male as
on-
in
on
assigned male
TikTok.
at birth.
I'm gonna go live on TikTok, but it's titled "Stuff Our Bosses Say." So let's hit on that. That's fun.
Oh, you're sick, throwing up with a fever. What time can you get here?
Oh
Or
yeah.
oh, it snowed 3 feet and there's ice on the ground. What time are you expected to be here?
Hey, yeah.
It's not COVID, right?
Yeah.
My manager
Your
told
car
me
is
once
carried
I
under
got,
It's
like,
7
in
feet
here.
of snow. You need to be here by 4 o'clock.
Hey,
I
Oh,
got,
there's a hurricane?
rained out
There's
of
a
like going
hurricane
into
in
work.
Florida? Oh, sorry. You still have
Yeah.
to be here.
Can you
That's
swim?
a big.
What's up, friends on TikTok? How are we doing?
So
My
here's
manager was
one.
like,
Oh, go
I
ahead.
called off one time because like I was stuck in Wisconsin. Like I lived in Illinois and I got stuck like in a rainstorm. Like we were hydroplaning on the highway. So like I told my husband to turn around and go back to his parents' house because I'm
Well,
not
I mean-
doing this. Like that's a 2-hour drive. And so I called our manager and they were like, well, I have to be here. And I'm like, yeah, because you're the freaking manager. Like
Oh.
I'm an employee. Like
I
you
got-
can fill somebody, you know?
I got
Like,
one from a manager standpoint that happened
there's people
last
on
night
call
and this
for a
morning.
reason.
So Bestie, the one that y'all know about, Bestie is
How are
a
you
store
doing, Forrest?
manager.
Hey, Kay, how are you?
Bestie is
Check it
also
out. So we are
got
on
5
YouTube
job
right now
titles.
as
They
well.
only get paid for one.
Check it out.
And anytime another store manager is sick or whatever, they call out. She has to shut her store for the day to go cover their store. Yesterday and today is Bestie's days
We're on
off.
YouTube. We're being
All
tired
of their
being
schedules
told
are
what we
created
can
a
and cannot
month in
say
advance.
Here on TikTok.
Bestie
So,
knew every Wednesday and
join us on
Thursday.
YouTube, or
She
you can
literally
hang out here
doesn't
and,
even take weekends off to give weekends to other people.
sit and chat.
You know how most people. Hi,
Good
Sean.
morning.
You know how most people
Busy
want
coaching
weekends
today.
off. She doesn't. I'll take the middle of the week, Wednesday and Thursday. Schedules all of the family doctor's appointments because she and I share medical power of attorney over her dad. Her husband, well, I say our husband, has a lot of medical conditions. There's a lot. They're weekly doctor's appointments. At 11:15 last night, Central Time, her assistant calls and says, "Hey, I can't come to work tomorrow because I have head lice." Oh, okay. Well, I have doctor's appointments
the
I've got to
link
do
is in my
starting
link
first
tree
thing in the
in my
morning.
bio.
She left like 30 minutes ago.
We're
And then
chatting about,
the
shit that our
area
bosses say to us.
manager has
Like,
called her
oh, we've
phone
had a banner
4
year.
times.
We've
this
made
morning.
millions. This
4
year.
times.
We've made billions.
One of
this
which
year.
was, well, I kind of like, I expect you to
And,
cancel your
second we asked
family
for a raise,
doctor's
you know what they do?
appointments because you're a manager of the
Pizza
store.
party. Let's have a
That's
pizza
more important
party.
than your family's health. That's basically summing it up.
So we made you millions and billions,
And
she,
mind you, she is one of those bosses that she literally has given up and worked 3 weeks straight, no days off.
Yeah.
She worked from the bottom all the way up. So she treats her employees as if she's still, and I say her employees, she doesn't even call them her employees. She's a store manager who refers to those underneath her as her coworkers.
Fantastic.
Right? It's a different mindset for her. But even with her, she's like, "Fucka, you don't pay me enough as a manager to do that," which she doesn't.
Yes.
She does not. People at McDonald's in Mississippi make more than she does right now as a store manager, and she's been at this job for 9 years. And there's no slight against people at McDonald's, because I feel that, they should be getting paid a lot of money to deal with the people they deal with. But I'm just saying, 9 years at a job, store manager, training manager, auction manager, because she works at a storage facility. She has 5 job titles. She only gets paid for the one. And on her day off, got called in, said she wasn't coming because of doctor's appointments. And
we also have a Discord as well.
What was said to her is, your job is more important than that. I don't know if anybody else has ever heard that from their employer. I've heard it countless times that my job is more important than anything in my personal life.
Yep.
I'm quick to quit a job, though. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not dealing with the bullshit. Y'all, that's now. Before, I dealt with it. Now, I'm out. I'll leave you in the middle of a shift. I don't give a fuck. Jobs are easy. I'll find another.
If you ever see me having an argument with myself, I'm self-employed and we're having a team meeting.
See, that's the thing where I am now, Mims.
Mikey. Yeah. Yep.
I mean, I've walked off of jobs before, where my lead was did not know what they were like. You lied on your resume.
Hey, friends.
I can tell you lied on your resume.
YouTube now. We're on
and
YouTube.
That person literally almost killed one of our team members, and I called my boss and I was like, "Hey,
cool. I'm in North Carolina.
We're leaving this job. The 3 of us. The lead that you sent with us almost killed us, so we're out." And he was like, "Okay." And so needless to say, my boss, my technical boss, the guy that sends me work, he's amazing. Absolutely love him. I've been SH'd at the job, and harassed by my oh my god, kitchen. I've been harassing somebody.
Your boss sounds like my bestie as a manager.
He's the best. I got SH'd on a job once, and I was making sure that that's what was happening and that I wasn't misinterpreting it. And I called my boss and I was like, "Hey, I just want to let you know this person this happened." Come to find out, one of the other guys on my team had already called and reported him before I had even done it. So I never saw that guy again.
There's no more loyalty from
Sugars. Can I say, the more you talk about the team you're working on, the more that I actually have faith in my fellow man, and I mean my fellow man.
Yeah, no, I really love my boss. And one of the millionaires that is one of our clients, we do a lot of work for him. And when he found out I was a lead, one of the first things out of his mouth was, "But she's a girl." And so my boss was like, "And she sweats twice as hard as any of my guys." And it was really funny because we were doing the hurricane relief those last couple of weeks. And he owns that catering company. The millionaire that we set up the events for also owns that catering company. So I was like, yeah, I bet that motherfucker's real happy to finally see me in the kitchen.
Wow. Real quick on TikTok. Crystal Garcia 4. My old employer tried taking away bathroom breaks and making us lock out to use the bathroom.
That's insane.
David Chandler says you can be replaced. Yep.
Easily.
Yep. John the dog trainer. I'm self-employed and considered firing myself many, many times and cussed out my boss, which is
nice. With that one. Agreed with that one.
I was told them it was illegal and quit as soon as you found a job that you have now. Good. Can you sue? I think depending on your states. But the problem with suing is that it takes so much time, so much energy, so much financial investment that a lot of times the yield is not worth the trouble. So, yeah.
Yep.
Mikey.
That happens a lot. Yeah, no, just a little while ago. So my wife switched jobs, I guess, or what she was doing. She worked for Home Depot for almost 10 years, which was really good. I mean, they were really awesome to her and to us. Like, they have all these really awesome benefit programs, but besides that, when we moved here to Texas, she decided to, start working for the Dollar Tree franchise. And because it was close to where her mother was at, and she just had a double bypass surgery. So that's why she wanted to come down here. And so she'd been doing this job that she's still doing, and the reason why she's still doing it is because she wanted to, 4 years of doing all this moving around the country, doing, stores and stores everywhere. She wanted to be down here. She's like, I don't even get to see my mom anymore. I don't get to, we came down here to be part of the big family and yada, yada, yada. Like, I see her 6 days out of the month. I get to see her. So she goes to her bosses, and they said that because she sent an email to the main boss, because she's really well known, because she's so badass that she does a good job and gets shit done well before the timeline that they give her. And they wanted to give her a $12,000 a year pay cut just because she wanted to move back to a main hub store and be the district manager of that district. Because they said the stores that are in that district where she wanted to be aren't as high yielding stores. You know what I mean? They're smaller stores. They're not like the huge racetrack style Dollar Trees. And they said that she wouldn't have got that big of a pay cut if she would have went through the proper channels. Well, all the proper channels were all these super rich white men.
Hear the music
because the person she was working with was the resource manager,
Hello.
And the resource manager and her were like, oh yeah, we can figure something out. We'll talk it over. We'll yada yada yada. But as soon as it went to the big top notch guys, they found some loophole, no matter how tiny it was, and it had to do with an email. So they totally denied her. So that's why she's still in the position she's in, all because of that one little email. For $12,000, so you're telling me you're going to dock her $12,000 a year just because of an email?
Wow.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
That's crazy.
MIMS. Is this correct in the TikTok with the Parkland shooter?
That they're going to be.
They're reading the Are they reading the sentence
today? I think. Mm-hmm.
Oh, is I was asking the accuracy of that information. If you
guess.
knew.
Let me see. I don't know. Let's see.
My computer is super old and slow and glitchy, and if I tried to search that right now, you guys might disappear into the void.
Oh. They have reached a verdict in the jury in the death penalty trial of, I'm not going to say his name, have reached a decision on whether to sentence the school shooter from Parkland to life or death in prison without the possibility of parole Tuesday morning. They are going to be reading it in court at 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is already passed. He pled guilty.
As far as pleading guilty gives him that little loophole edge.
Not an empty seat in the victim's family section of the courtroom.
Someone in the TikTok chat said is live on ABC now.
Live on ABC.
Hell, he pled guilty at the very beginning.
Yeah. The thing about that is that whenever they plead guilty and quote unquote show remorse, they give leniency, and that's the problem.
Right.
Oh yeah, I know, it's fucking dumb.
So hang on. Can y'all see that? Can y'all see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can y'all hear?
Um,
I can't
All
hear
of
you.
the
I
verdict
don't
forms
hear
have been
I
properly
just see visual, no
executed
audio.
and dated and signed by the foreperson. At this time, I'm going to publish the verdicts.
Hold on, I can throw it up on my telly.
The state of Florida versus Nicholas
is.
Cruz. Verdict
There we
form
go.
as to count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to Nicholas Cruz in this case. Aggravating factors as to count 1, victim Luke Hoyer. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt
Yeah, it's hard
the
to watch.
existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Luke Hoyer was committed while Nicholas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Luke Hoyer was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Luke Hoyer was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible death sentence. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances. No.
Uh-oh.
Signed October 13th by the foreperson. Mr. Benjamin. Verdict form as to count 2, victim Martin Duque. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person.
I'm good.
Yes.
I'm on YouTube now.
We, the jury, unanimously find
so
that the
go here,
state
go
has
to my link
established
tree,
beyond
find
a
me on
reasonable
YouTube.
doubt the
Hey,
existence
friends,
of the
we're watching
aggravating
the
factor.
Parkland shooter
Nicholas
sentencing.
Cruz knowingly
We're
created
gonna
a
figure out if
great
he's gonna get
risk
the
of
death
death
sentence or life
to
in
many
prison.
persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Martin Duque Anquiano was committed while Nicholas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable
This is hard to
doubt
watch.
the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Martin Duque Anquiano was
It's hard to
especially
realize that
heinous,
this is the world that we
atrocious,
currently
or
live
cruel.
in.
Yes.
And when we get the verdict,
We, the jury, unanimously
We may
find
cheer.
that the state has established beyond
But
a
it's just the
reasonable
system.
doubt the existence of the
Existence.
aggravating
we're
factor.
going to cheer
Yeah.
for
The
it.
first-degree murder
Because we
of
don't
Martin
expect them to be
Duque
held accountable.
Anquiano was committed in a cold, calculated,
Facts,
and
Mims.
premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal
Why are you desecrating the
justification.
American
Yes.
flag?
That lady yawning, y'all. I know it's early.
Reviewing the aggravating factors that we
triggered.
unanimously found to be
Get triggered.
established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury,
They go
unanimously
through all
find
of
that
the
the
loops
aggravating
and drag
factors are
this out on
sufficient
those
to
families,
warrant
man.
a
Just say
possible
what you need to
sentence
say.
of death. Yes. One or more individual
Flags,
jurors find that one or more mitigating
Unless you're not full of hate,
circumstances
like
was
some other
established by the greater
red
weight
folks
of the
in here.
evidence. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established as to count 2, Martin, Duque, and Quiano. No. Signed and dated by the foreperson, Mr. Benjamin Thomas. Count 3, Gina Montalto. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz was previously convicted of another felony, capital felony, or of a felony involving the use of threat of violence to another person. Yes.
All women in America.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Gina Montalto was committed while Nicholas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Gina Montalto was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes.
With hate, pumpkin.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Gina Montalto was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes.
Without telling me.
Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes.
Try hot dog.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. No. Signed and dated by the foreperson, Mr. Benjamin Thomas.
I don't care.
Count 4, Alexander Schachter. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes.
And yet you have a Blue Lives Matter flag?
We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Alexander Schachter was committed while Nicholas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes.
Bingo,
we, the jury,
there.
Unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Alexander Schachter was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor, the first-degree murder of Alexander Schachter, was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established as to count 4. No. Signed and dated October 13th, foreperson Benjamin Thomas.
I mean, if you weren't, then you wouldn't still be going.
Verdict form as to count 5.
If I see a string,
Elena
I'm gonna pull
Petty.
it.
We, the jury,
Yeah.
unanimously find that
All
the
of the
state
above.
has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz was previously
I don't care if you're a
convicted
Christian.
of another capital felony
I don't.
or of a felony involving the use or threat
I don't
of
care if you're
violence to
triggered.
another person. Yes.
Either.
We, the jury,
I don't know
unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable
Your
doubt
comfort level
the
means very little
existence
to
of
me.
the aggravating
Just have to play
factor.
nice.
Nicholas
Be nice.
Cruz
Be
knowingly
nice and
created
go
a great risk of death to many persons.
Just
Yes.
want to argue? You came in here arguing, pumpkin. So, yeah.
We, the
If you
jury,
wanna go
unanimously
on, just swipe
find
the
that the
fuck on,
state has
Boomer.
established
Just swipe on,
beyond a
just go.
reasonable doubt
Whoop.
the
Swipe on,
existence
Boomer.
of the aggravating
It's not an
factor.
airport.
The
You don't have to
first-degree
announce your
murder
departure.
of Elena Petty was committed while Nicholas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes.
YouTube, if you go in here,
We, the
you go
jury,
into my
unanimously
bio, you can
find that
my
the
link
state has
tree.
established
You click on that,
beyond
you'll go
a
to,
reasonable
the YouTube
doubt
channel
the
there.
existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Elena Petty was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proven beyond the reasonable
So hostile
doubt
about
the
nothing?
existence of
You
the
think this is
aggravating
nothing?
factor
That
that
just
the
shows you
first-degree
don't give a shit
murder
about
of
their
Elena
lives.
Petty was committed
This
in
is
a
not nothing.
cold, calculated, and
You
premeditated
can prove my
manner
point.
without any
everybody's
pretense
welcome here
of
unless you
moral
decide to
or
hate me
legal
or any of my
justification.
friends. It's
Yes.
as simple as that. Swipe the fuck on, bro.
Reviewing the aggravating
supposed to be at work?
factors that we
Are you supposed to be
unanimously found to be
flexing that you
established
work
beyond
more
a
than 40 hours
reasonable
a week?
doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors finds that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to Elena Petty. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established.
Congratulations.
No.
You want a cookie?
Signed and dated October 13th by the foreperson, Mr. Benjamin Thomas.
You love everybody. Then say
Count
Black
6,
Lives Matter in
victim
the chat.
Alyssa Al-Hadef. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state
Say
has
Black Lives
established
Matter in
beyond
the
a
chat.
reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating
Say Black Lives
factor.
Matter.
Nicholas Cruz was previously convicted of
Black Lives
another
Matter.
capital felony or of a felony involving the
Or do they
use
not
or
matter?
threat of violence to another person. Yes.
Interesting.
We, the
We'll wait
jury,
and see.
unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the
Taking a long
jury,
time.
unanimously
Check out Black
find that the
Lives
state
Matter.
has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Alyssa Al-Hadef was committed while Nicholas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes.
Yeah, he quit all of a sudden. I guess your
We, the
nostrils are
jury,
full of
unanimously
positivity.
find that
Come
the
on,
state
pumpkin,
has
say Black Lives
established beyond a
Matter.
reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Alyssa Al-Hadef was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Alyssa Al-Hadef was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes.
Has
You know what I find
established
funny,
beyond
though?
a reasonable doubt.
Reviewing the
most-
aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond the reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating
Yeah, she's awful
factors
quiet.
are sufficient to warrant a possible
I
sentence
know.
of death.
I
Yes. One
I
or
knew he
more
wouldn't.
individual
Because he
jurors
doesn't
finds
think
that
it's
one
true.
or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the
She's still
mitigating
in this room, I bet he's
circumstances
left.
established as to Alyssa Al-Hadef. No.
Still in here.
Signed and dated
No, you won't
October
say Black Lives
13th
Matter. Interesting.
by the foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Count 7, Nicholas Dorette. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established
We're
beyond
only
a
on
reasonable
count 7?
doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor for Nicholas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many
Remember to
persons.
do your
Yes.
belly breathing, even though this is a very heavy
We,
situation
the
that we're
jury,
watching.
unanimously find that
Remember
the
to
state has
belly breathe.
established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the
Do
aggravating
a full
factor
body scan.
that the first-degree murder of Nicholas Dorette was committed while Nicholas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes.
Hey, baby.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Nicholas Dorette was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Nicholas Dorette was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes.
Yeah, Maple came to say Black Lives Matter. Absolutely.
Eligibility for the death penalty as to Nicholas Dorette. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. No. Signed, October 13th, foreperson Benjamin Thomas.
We're watching the trial decision of the Parkland shooter. Whether he's going to
Verdict
get
form
death or life in
as to
prison.
count 8.
It's on ABC.
Helena
News right now.
Ramsey.
It's being streamed on my YouTube
We,
channel
the
as
jury,
well.
unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes.
Hey, friend. We're watching the Parkland shooter sentencing.
We, the jury, unanimously
Either gonna get life in
find that the
prison
state has
or
established
the
beyond a
death penalty.
reasonable doubt the existence of the
streamed on my
aggravating
YouTube channel
factor.
right
The first-degree murder of Helena Ramsey was committed while Nicholas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor
it in my link
that the
tree in my
first-degree
bio.
murder of
Just go to
Helena
the YouTube
Ramsey
channel, anyone
was
can watch.
especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel.
Hello?
Yes.
Allie, what's up?
We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The
Only one
first-degree
person
murder
learned
of
that.
Helena Ramsey was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated
COVID's
manner
not over, man. COVID's not
without
over.
any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously
happy
found to be
birthday.
established beyond a reasonable doubt.
Happy birthday.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes.
If you add me on Zoom, I'll throw you into the
One
Zoom,
or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to Helena Ramsey. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. No.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Signed and dated October 13th, 2022 by foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Aggravating factors as to count, verdict form as to count 9, victim
9 out of
Christopher
17.
Hickson.
Whoa.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes.
How do I get out of here?
We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Christopher Hickson was committed while Nicholas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor, the first-degree murder of Christopher Hickson, was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Christopher Hickson was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes.
Yep, for all.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Christopher Hickson was committed to disrupt or hinder the lawful exercise of any governmental function or the enforcement of the laws. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Christopher Hickson was an appointed public official engaged in the performance of his official duties. If the motive for the first-degree murder was related in whole or in part to Christopher Hickson's official capacity. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances. No. Signed and dated October 13th, foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Verdict as to count 10, Carmen Shentra. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that Nicholas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person? Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor Nicholas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Carmen Shentrup was committed while Nicholas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor the first-degree murder of Carmen Shentrup was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Carmen Shentrup was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification.
You actually think that Black Lives Matter?
Yes.
Or are you just flapping at the gums?
Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to victim Carmen Shentrup. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. No. Signed, October 13th, foreperson Benjamin Thomas.
You're not there, so you're not even saying Black Lives Matter, so pipe down, Lobos.
Count 11, Aaron Feist, victim Aaron Feist. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor.
Look at that.
Nicholas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz created a great risk of death to many persons.
Said, I'll let my friends let you know.
We just got a threat here
on TikTok.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor.
I'm going to move over to TikTok
so
I can help you on TikTok and screenshot.
Nicholas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes.
Yep.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Aaron Feist was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Aaron Feist was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Aaron Feist was committed to disrupt or hinder the lawful exercise of any governmental function or the enforcement of laws. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Aaron Feist was an appointed public official engaged in the performance of his official duties if the motive for first-degree murder was related in whole or in part to Aaron Feist's official capacity? Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors finds that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes.
Interesting.
Eligibility for the death penalty as to count 11, Aaron Feist. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. No. Signed this 13th day of October, foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Verdict as to count 11, victim Scott Beagle. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons.
You'll come in
Yes.
handy during the apocalypse.
We, the jury, unanimously find the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Scott Beagle was committed while Nicholas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Scott Beagle was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Scott Beagle was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Scott Beagle was committed to disrupt or hinder the lawful exercise of any government function or the enforcement of laws. Yes.
I hear myself.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Scott Beagle was an appointed public official engaged in the performance of his official duties. If the first-degree murder was related in whole or in part to Scott Beagle's official capacity. Yes.
Moderator here in TikTok.
Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to count 12, victim Scott Beagle. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established. No. Signed October 13th, foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Verdict form as to count 13, Meadow Pollock. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that Nicholas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor Nicholas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Meadow Pollock was committed while Nicholas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Meadow Pollock was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor the first-degree murder of Meadow Pollock was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification. Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. Shh. One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established as to Meadow Pollock. No. Signed October 13th, foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Jury verdict form as to victim Kara Loughran. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor Nicholas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Kara Loughran was committed while Nicholas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Kara Loughran was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Kara Loughran was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification.
Yep.
Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible sentence of death. Yes. One or more individual jurors finds that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to victim Kara Loughran. We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established as to Kara Loughran. No. Signed, Benjamin Thomas, October 13th, 2022. Count 15, victim Joaquin Oliver. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor that the first-degree murder of Joaquin Oliver was committed while Nicholas Cruz was engaged in the commission of a burglary. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Joaquin Oliver was especially heinous, atrocious, or cruel.
Give a little
yes.
look.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. The first-degree murder of Joaquin Oliver was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense of moral or legal justification.
What's up, friend?
Yes. Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be established beyond a reasonable doubt, we, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors are sufficient to warrant a possible death sentence. Yes.
Yeah, groggy.
One or more individual jurors find that one or more mitigating circumstances was established by the greater weight of the evidence. Yes. Eligibility for the death penalty as to victim Joaquin Oliver.
Yes.
We, the jury, unanimously find that the aggravating factors that were proven beyond a reasonable doubt outweigh the mitigating circumstances established.
Channel on
no. Dated October 13th, foreperson Benjamin Thomas. Verdict form as to count 16, victim Jamie Gutenberg. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz was previously convicted of another capital felony or of a felony involving the use or threat of violence to another person. Yes. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has established beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the aggravating factor. Nicholas Cruz knowingly created a great risk of death to many persons. Yes.
What happened? It froze?
Did it go mute for everybody?
Yep. Hold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought I was frozen. Sorry.
Looks like the feed is frozen. We are in the middle of hearing the verdict being read for the Parkland High School, Florida High School shooter. He has already pleaded guilty to 17 counts of first-degree murder, 17 counts of attempted murder. This
I
is
didn't
the
have any
death
sound.
penalty
I
phase of his
disconnected and
trial, where a
reconnected the
jury is
audio,
reading
but
the
I think it was
verdict
just the
of whether
Zoom
they have
itself.
found to recommend that he receive
No,
life in
it's
prison
in
or whether he
ABC
receive
having the issue.
the death penalty. Again, they're
ABC
still in the
channel's having an
process
issue right
of
now.
reading that verdict. They have separate counts and
Yep,
separate
yeah, right,
verdicts
but
for
live
every
in the
single
living room.
one of those deaths. But I want to bring in our legal analyst, Brian Buckmeyer, for a little bit more of what we've heard so far, Brian. And again, they're
Hold the
not
fuck
done
on.
reading this verdict in full.
No
Hopefully,
way,
we'll get the
Sean.
feedback soon.
So
But what we have
Sean's
heard
in
up until this
TikTok right
point
now.
is this jury repeated.
Okay. They're just gonna kill some time. Sean joined TikTok. Says, guess who has his own office?
Yes, get it, fam. Yes.
I think Sean got a job with an office.
What Sean? What?
Dude, I am so happy and proud of you, man. I knew you could do it. I knew you could do it, man.
So, according to Reuters, about 38 minutes ago, I have the Newsbreak app and this popped up. So apparently,
Hell yeah, man.
I'm sorry. This is about the Parkland. This whole
family
thing
in terms of his adopted
So-
parents, and I was wrong. I really thought that the evidence
apparently it's the headline says Florida jury says man who confessed to Parkland school shooting should be sentenced to life. So the jurors determined that he should be sentenced to life and not the death penalty.
But it's still going on.
Yeah, well, I mean, this was just according to whatever Reuters.
It's saying that people are hoping that he gets life and not death.
Yeah,
but
the-
I
it's
question
with the
what
jurors.
about the people that lost their fucking lives because of this person? Were they not benefited the same choice?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Last count that they're looking
People
at?
are rooting for life in prison where our tax dollars have to pay for this person to continue to share air with other people.
Yeah,
Miss
no, I'm
me
okay
with
with
that,
that.
all of that
Yes,
bullshit.
Blue. That's exactly like my thoughts was like, my tax dollars is going to this guy to live his life out. And
Here, under
in,
Florida
like,
law, a death sentence
you know,
could only be handed down if jurors had unanimously recommended he be
anything.
executed.
We are watching parents' faces broadcast on national TV and they can't even feel anything because their children aren't here. And you're telling me that there are other humans who actually think that this person deserves to continue to share air with us? Make that make sense for me.
He does deserve the death penalty.
Yeah.
The sad thing is there are people that idolize him now. That's what's real sad.
What?
Yeah.
No,
Like a
that's
martyr.
not sad. No, that's not sad. That's fucking dangerous.
That's what
It's
I wanted.
dangerous.
That's what I read up in the,
Oh, no,
chat
absolutely.
where it sets like a societal precedent is that like we've seen through studies that like not only when these events occur but also when like the sentencing happens for these people, the results have an impact on the way that not only people talk about the story and talk about the person who did it and talk about the victims, but also it impacts people actually going out and doing it. Like there's so many levels of societal precedent that it sets that like giving him life will have
Reviewing the aggravating factors that we unanimously found to be
Well,
established
think about it.
beyond a
The
reasonable
parents
doubt.
are going to have to
We,
pay
the jury,
taxes
unanimously
to the
found
government
that
to pay for this guy to
aggravating
live.
factors are sufficient to warrant a
Exactly.
possible sentence of death.
They should be exempt from it or something for his whole life
One or
sentence.
more individual jurors
Hey,
found
you ain't
one
got to
or
pay
more
any of that, you know,
circumstances
if we're going to keep this
established
fucker
by the
alive.
greater weight
Yeah.
of the evidence. Yes.
I mean, it's
I'll pay a
ridiculous.
few extra tax dollars if they put him in front of a
Death
firing squad.
penalty as to Peter Wang.
I got a
Right?
rock.
To be honest, I don't feel that we should have to waste the bullets. It only takes one bullet to unalive a person.
I got a rock.
A rock requires extra work, man.
I'm going to carve your heart out with a spoon, lovely.
I got a big truck I can hit him with.
I think y'all are missing my point. This person doesn't deserve the extra labor from any single person to unalive this person. Do it the quickest, most efficient way to be fucking done. It might be healing. If that's the case, give a bunch of socks, tube socks full of rocks to the family. That is therapeutic. That is healing. But if we're talking about just unaliving because nobody's tax dollars should have to be spent, we will do it that way.
The Vega. Is this here ready?
Yes. There we go.
Stephen
Back.
Is this here ready?
Hold on.
Yes. Jimmy Benbow, is this your verdict?
Yeah, and you know all the parents here in Uvalde, they will never get this kind of justice, you know, as well as other parents, you know, because they took the shooter out
Yes.
after letting them murder 19 children.
Stacy,
Pussies.
Jim, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Melody Van O, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Narelle Rinkus, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Dimitri Bahara, is this your verdict?
Sentenced to life without parole.
And Denise, is it Conho? Is this your verdict? Thank you.
Members of the jury, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration in this case. I also wish to advise you of the following. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. Your deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain your private affair if that's what you wish. Therefore, the law gives you the privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you're also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, the attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. At this time, the sheriff's office is going to escort the jurors out of the courtroom.
Wow, so jury recommends
Bullshit.
Florida schools.
Okay, the defendant having previously been
our tax dollars at work,
adjudicated of 17 counts of murder in the first degree, the jury having returned a verdict of life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Is there any legal reason why I should not impose a sentence at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. Can I
Okay.
put a vote out? And can we close this now?
143.
If everybody's okay with that,
One
I've
through
heard all I can hear.
17, and also the surviving victims of the attempted homicides have a right to express themselves as to the everything that could not be expressed under victim impact. They can express themselves as to crime and what they think should have been the appropriate disposition and sentence. It is anticipated that that could be a lengthy sentencing hearing because it applies to all 34 counts of the indictment.
Okay, are you prepared to present that testimony now?
No, we're not, Your Honor. And under the statute, it says that the victims have a right to present that testimony, and also, as you know, under the Florida Constitution, the victims have a right to be heard, and that the victim should present that testimony before you announce
Yeah,
sentence.
they just pushed back the sentencing.
Okay, when can we do that on November 1st, which is a Tuesday?
November
Yes, Your Honor.
1st?
Okay, I'll reset the sentencing for November 1st,
Oh,
Tuesday
God.
at 9 a.m.
Y'all,
Custody, the Broward Sheriff's
thank
Office
God
until
that they're
such time as
postponing sentencing, hopefully, to reevaluate their life choices of life without parole.
I hope that they're going to be reevaluating
thank you. We're in
the
recess.
everything. Well, that's it.
Oh my
There you
God.
have it. We have breaking news. The jury has just recommended life in prison with
That was a lot.
parole for the
That was a
Parkland,
lot.
Florida school shooter.
Yeah.
Not
That was hard
the
to
death
watch.
penalty. The jury repeatedly found.
Go away. There we go. Okay. Not y'all. The person talking. You won't get death. They just want victims' impact on the statements. Yeah, probably.
Unfortunately, yeah, that's true. That is the system that we live in.
Sounds about right, y'all.
That part.
Yeah. Well,
I feel physically ill. When I read the bottom of the screen where it said the jury, you know, with the whole life without parole, I felt instantly nauseous with the thought that I'm going to have to pay to keep this person alive. This person is, my 18-year-old who just started working, first official grown-up job, is going to have to pay to keep this person alive?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
That's exactly
Every one
it.
of them parents. Every one of them parents.
Exactly. How disgusting of a world do we live in where parents have to pay to keep their child's murderer alive?
3 people that voted
I bet.
no to the death penalty.
What do they look like?
I bet you they was white dudes. I bet you they was white dudes. Guaranteed they were white dudes.
I bet. I also bet they must be good Christians.
Right.
Oh, Glitch Fox, what you wrote in the chat, guaranteed happening. Because I can tell you from what my brother has told me, and my before he passed, my brother spent the majority of his life behind bars. When it comes to children, that's a no-fly zone. Period.
Oh, yeah.
So what
yeah.
you just wrote is guaranteed to happen. But the fact of the matter is it should not come down to that. We shouldn't even be going there. Why do we have to wait for the people? Even in prison, because those are still our community members. Those are still people of the people. Why do we still, as the people, have to take care of something? Because this system won't do what it's supposed to. Well, it's doing what it's supposed to do. Let me say that. But what we need it to do.
Yeah.
It's definitely, yeah, you're right. They'll have him tucked away from everyone because of, 1, the crime is really, really public. 2, yes, it involves children. And he's probably going to be in solitary confinement for the rest of his life.
No. Y'all are under the impression that people cannot be gotten to in solitary confinement.
No.
I am here to tell you right now.
Facts.
I'm
Those
talking to you,
guards don't
Tenchi.
give a
I ain't not
shit.
talking to you, Tenchi. I'm just saying in general, just when I say my brother went to solitary confinement intentionally multiple times for a reason.
Yeah.
They may keep you separated from Gen Pop. They do not keep you separated from other people in solitary. Things will happen. What Glitch said in the chat is going to happen. I stand 10 toes down in that.
I hope so.
Oh no, I know. I mean, the stories that I've heard from the correctional officers that I've worked with are ex-correctional officers because they were counselors when I met them. It is crazy. It's freaking crazy. Like I don't remember too many of the stories, but because it's been like at least 10 years since I've worked with them. But yeah, like I'm like, they wanted me to work behind the wall. And I was all like, no, because they'd probably take it like I would not do well in prison, whether it be a correctional officer or a prisoner itself. So I'm just like,
if you go to my
you know, I've just heard the stories and I understand the dynamics of
you subscribe. And I'll send you a link
of the population too.
You go in here. You go to
I got these stories from the inmate perspective, not the employee perspective. So that's why I unfortunately I can't forget, because those images are permanently. As a child, you have a great imagination, and my brother was a very descriptive person in his stories. So those things are. It's almost like I lived through them myself. So when I say that children are a no-fly zone and prison justice is going to happen, it's going to happen. And it probably will not be pretty.
Yeah,
and you probably won't hear about it because of how grotesque it's probably going to end up being.
Oh, yeah.
It is not, you could go into there for doing the most heinous things to a full-grown adult and people ain't going to look at you twice, other than maybe to give you a little distance depending on what it was.
Yep.
But when it comes to children,
Yep.
The worst of that, as far, even in prison, that's considered the worst of humanity because you fucking around with kids.
Right.
Man, I remember a story of, like, I don't know if it was here in California or just period, how there would be, I don't know if I'm allowed to say it, pedophiles on
We're not on TikTok. We have
Okay, just wanted to make sure. So yeah, they would actually have a specialized uniform for pedophiles, and then all of a sudden, like after they had like just entering into the prison, and then I guess the staff was wondering why all these people were being killed. Well, they were already identified as being pedophiles, and
you
then
flagged them.
You flagged them. I was like, seriously?
And then paraded them through the prison. What do you mean? You made a point of letting everybody know who they were.
Yeah, I was just like, no shit, Sherlock. Like you're gonna tell everybody that who the pedophiles are, but hell, if justice wants to take them, justice can take them.
Yep.
Really quick.
Yeah, they're not even looking for my nephew's killer because they
member of
chopped it up.
society.
Okay. Love
Hi,
ya.
Charlie. Have fun.
Thanks for coming through.
Sure. Sorry. Yeah. So I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Love you, Charlie.
Yeah, I was just saying they haven't even looked into my nephew's killer.
Oh, really?
They're just chalking it off as a gang killing. They don't know which gang. They don't know. Yeah, that's what my wife's aunt told her. But yeah, they're not even. I mean, sure, they're investigating it, but they're investigating it as part of the whole gang war things. The gang.
Yeah.
So
Ooh.
That's where that's sitting. They're not even trying to find out who killed them.
So TikTok, you're gonna get a special view here, TikTok. My 3D printer is alive.
Yay!
It's alive! It's alive!
And my camera needs to be cleaned.
You guys ever seen that old movie, Weird Science?
Yes.
God, I love that movie. It's so great.
There was a dude, I was watching it on, I was just going through TikTok the other day, and they were 3D printing chocolate.
Yeah.
Chocolate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my wife
I was
would love
like,
it.
I would, the chocolate would never make it to the machine.
Just have your head under that nozzle, like, yep.
Just,
Chomping along.
Just all 3D printing all over your face.
Alright, here we go. First layer is looking decent.
What are you making?
Y'all seen Spirited Away?
That's really cool, MIMS. That is really cool.
Are you
I'm
making-
watching the
you
TikTok
making?
feed too.
Y'all want to guess what
That
I'm
is
making?
really cool.
Are you making a sit sprite? It's circle.
No, but I want to. I want to make a soot sprite.
Those are so cute. I
They
love
are
them.
so cute.
It's
Are
not a
you
token.
watching on TikTok?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not a token.
So, hold on.
Oh no. No.
What is it?
Where is it? Oh, you're making no face?
Yeah, I am.
Oh my god, I
Making
love
no
it.
face.
Just please show us. I want to see.
Go
when
on
it's done.
TikTok. I can't really move my camera. It's stuck on here.
Okay, that's
Y'all
fair.
are stuck.
That's fair.
Yeah. There it is. There it is. So that's my. I'll stop moving. You've heard of it, but never seen it. It's amazing. It's really good. I like it.
Just saying, you.
Actually, I'm in the middle of
Original
watching Kiki's
Castle.
delivery service with Socialist. So
Yeah.
we're gonna try and finish that
We watched-
today. He's
we
never
watched,
seen it, so I was like, "Excuse me."
As
We
of today.
saw Totoro the other day, and then I was like, you know what? Fuck it. My little one's old enough. And,
I have a Totoro shirt. Yeah, well, we have the movie too, but yeah, I have a Totoro shirt that it was gifted from somebody.
That's cool. I know y'all have seen
Yeah.
this before, but oh, my box is way over there. Never mind. I'm not gonna get up to get it. I'm lazy right now.
I have a Totoro tattoo, y'all.
Do you? That's cool.
Hold on.
Nice.
I'm gonna turn
Ponyo?
on
I like Ponyo.
my
I haven't seen it in a
I
long
want a
time.
Totoro tattoo.
That is so
Ponyo
awesome.
is the movie I went to go see, and I have it on Swear It All. Is the movie we went to go see when husband and I got engaged.
Oh, that's cool.
He asked me to marry him, and then I was like, yes. And then we went to go see Ponyo. So, yeah.
I've never seen Howl's Moving Castle.
Oh my God, it's so good.
Is that appropriate?
I'm
for
sorry, what?
5-year-olds?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
it is.
absolutely.
And I'm sorry.
Watch
My
it
children have
now.
been
Go
saying
watch
that
it now.
movie
In
since
the
they were
stream, watch
toddlers.
Right now, just stream.
Mims.
What?
How you made it to being our age and you have not seen Howl's Moving Castle?
I wasn't allowed
My
to
son
have,
just lifted up in his seat and said, "Excuse me." My 18-year-old just lifted her up,
Absolutely.
his whole chest just down and said,
That is my favorite Studio Ghibli film.
I've never
Okay,
seen
you know
either,
what?
Blue.
No, you know what? Okay, you know what? Time out. I feel like I have failed you guys. I've been in
Never
your life
even
longer than a
heard
month.
of it.
I failed you.
See
I
it.
failed you. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna have to stream
Movie
it on
night.
here now.
Movie night. We're doing a movie. Ooh, we could do a movie night because it could be like kid friendly for those of us who have crotch goblins.
Okay, yeah.
Howl's Moving Castle is definitely kid friendly.
Oh, yeah.
100%.
Oh, the book is good too. The book is great.
Okay, Mims.
I got my daughter the book last year.
It would have to be like a Discord only. We would be able to stream it. But yeah, Discord only movie night.
Well,
I'll be right with that.
I mean, I know that the party does do like anime. Like they watch anime together on Zoom and other stuff like that. So as a constituent, POTUS would also be able to participate in a movie night.
Well, we would have a Zoom, and then we can also do the Discord. So we can join the two, but I won't stream it on TikTok and I won't stream it on YouTube or Twitch, just because I don't
Mims.
get a violation. Yes.
My 18-year-old has a question for you. My eldest has a question.
Yes.
Have you at least seen Spirited Away?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm printing No Face.
Yes. Oh, he's printing No Face. I'm sorry, I didn't have my earbud in. We were discussing unicorn party stuff because I'm trying to recruit my 18-year-old.
Ponyo, Spirited Away.
They've seen Spirited Away.
What's the other one?
Here, I'm just gonna unplug
Totoro.
this. There we go.
Have you seen Kiki's?
I have not.
They can hear you now, so you can ask if there's.
Come on, man.
There's a weird
Say it
movie
louder.
that Studio Ghibli did do, Tales from Earthsea. Did anybody watch that?
Tales from Earthsea is one of the best.
You hear my son?
I had a rough time. You know what? I need to go and rewatch it because I had a hard time trying to follow the whole thing.
Sorry I'm late, you guys. It has been a crazy few days. I don't know what the theme is.
You're not. You don't have.
We're currently talking about how we're going to be able to stream some anime. So
Ooh, being
I'm
weebs.
I'm 3D printing No Face for my little one. So we're.
You threw
streaming away
Mims. I told you
No
Mims
Face.
3D prints.
I love
what
3D
was it?
printing.
Oh look, see this one? 3D printed.
Look,
those are so cool.
It's adorable.
Y'all, that's my oldest.
My little one loves this one.
POTUS, I'm currently trying to recruit the eldest into helping me with Reddit.
As the leader my mother is.
Well, so here's the weird thing. If you're not into it, we only want people to do the shit that they do want to do.
Oh, I know. It needs to be explained to him. I had to explain what it meant before even getting to a possible yes or no. This kid is not a daredevil like me. Be like, yeah, I'm down. I don't even need to know where to go. He is the opposite. He's before acts.
Okay, and also another thing is the fact that my mom has a very strange talent to explain exactly why you want this thing.
I'm sorry, I have to show this off too.
Just so you guys know, now that I'm here,
fun.
Twitch is on.
I got this in Seattle in the Japanese in Portland in the Japanese gardens, and on the inside it has Jeff, the dog, with Gigi in the corner, and then also has like Kiki and the what was it, and the bread sign in here as well. Fucking love it. Sorry, I just wanted to.
I'll get up and I'll get that little box. Hold on, I'll be right back.
I wish I was confident enough to write in journals. But
I'm just writing things down. Just things. I have a journal for kind of everything. So this was a journal, and it has all the corgis in it, like the corgi butts. And this one's just designs because I draw too. So
my first experience with a journal, I was like, I couldn't have been more than like 7. I wrote everything in it, and someone at school found it and read it to all the other kids.
That's bullshit.
And so I have never journaled again.
That's how you get murdered.
I've never journaled again because they read it, all of it out loud, and it was.
No, I'd have to choke.
I was really expressive.
Kids are horrible, man. I'm not just because I have crotch goblins and one is sitting directly across from me. Kids are horrible. They're mean. Huh? Yeah, my eldest said I love them, but kids are awful. Even an 18-year-old, no, kids are horrible. They're evil, mean little creatures who are always covered in cooties.
But listen,
they're walking petri dishes.
As someone who has fresh memories of having to both be and deal with children, I can safely say.
Adults are no better. Last night,
so
I had the craziest experience.
Bonus points if you know what this is.
It's a mask from.
Hold on. I know what it is. Hold on.
I know.
Bleach mask. It's a bleach mask.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
I love bleach.
Ichigo's hollow mask, isn't it?
Yeah, it's half hollow.
Perfect.
Half hollow.
Jasmine, here's the one that I have for my theater group.
Love that.
This is the one I have for my therapy. I have another one for my I actually have 2 for my burlesques.
See, and I'm not that trusting. So I have like a journal now that's like so because I'm running for president and I'm required to keep records of all of my shit for the historical things, Nisha has been making sure I write something down for the archives on a daily basis. It's very hard for me though, because someone once found it and read it, and I learned, if you do something, you don't share it with nobody. So it's good morning, Megan. So it's just really
good morning, Megan.
Good morning.
It's just really crazy to me. But you guys, outside of all of that, you missed the drama. I didn't make it to any of my meetings last night because during a adult activity, someone chooses to break into the apartment where I'm at.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was
sorry.
While you were doing this.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Wait a second.
Oh my god.
Did they want to point?
Your first scandal.
Wow,
It's a scandal, Bonus. Your first scandal.
This will not be my first scandal. The first scandal is technically that time I touched Tyler's shoulder. Tyler works for me, and like they were in the car and I touched her shoulder without permission. That's technically the first scandal. But this isn't even my scandal, so it gets even weirder. So I'm still not home, which is why you see my camera's not on or whatever. I'm at the place I was at yesterday, the person who y'all met yesterday's house. So we're hanging out, having our great time, and then their ex busts in the door. I know.
Oh no.
Drama.
That can be problematic.
Listen, here's where it gets
I haven't even made my popcorn yet, Lord.
Here's where it gets funny. Hold on. So we're
Can we pause so people can go get hydration, snacks? This is a story time.
Right?
Wait a minute. Can we pause for like a 5-minute break?
Yeah,
oh my God.
I hate to ask.
Look at everybody scattering. Like
need to bust out the air popper, get some popcorn.
I will force mute everyone.
I'm so glad I have earbuds in at work right now because this would be the weird thing for people to hear.
Okay, I can wait and tell you what happened.
I need coffee and to take a pee-pee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I gotta get my
Mims, I would leave
one
the
leads
pee-pee,
to the next.
not take it.
More copy, the more PP.
But on an unrelated note, I was late this morning because we were getting press releases put out. We've been invited to another podcast. So things are happening. We hope that AP, the Associated Press, picks up the 2 press releases. One of the press releases is just the official announcement of my candidacy. Somehow it did not get out there after March 24th. And then the other one is to talk about the mutual aid work we're doing. You know, like we have all, like in trying to run for office, we have encountered so many people. Thank you, Megan, because we need people on Twitch. Thank you. Twitch is how we pay y'all. So yeah, we definitely want those to go through. So the more people that see that, the better it is. It's closer for us to get our checks to be verified, so people know that we're not out here just talking about it. Like they start taking us seriously. The Wikipedia page is officially done. So we just need our blue check mark, and then we're going to be noteworthy for Wikipedia to push it out to people. But yeah.
So Jasmine, on the t-shirt or sock prints that we want to come up with. So I can't do the collaboration one without MIMS yet because one, he hasn't sent me the file yet.
No, we still need to get a contract with you, a vendor contract.
I know, but I can't. Okay, I got the contract. I'm just saying I can't use MIMS stuff without having permission. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So we got
having
MIMS
that
comes
portion.
back. Yeah. And don't forget to get it notarized. I think the biggest part of our contracts is people send it back to us without a notary.
Okay, there's notary right down here. So
need a watermark.
We're doing good though. We like merch sales, like 3 things sold. It was like really weird. So like I think it's just the momentum thing.
Right.
And so
I'm gonna make a sample t-shirt of the map. Just one to see how well it comes out, color-wise, print, if I need to change anything.
Yeah, but that one, so that
Also,
t-shirt you don't technically need MEMS for. You need MEMS for the sock.
Right, for the stock collaboration.
But you can still, and I want
to know if you want to change it. If you want me to change a font, if you want me to put
right, that will be, but that's Ray. That's not mine. I am a beautiful entity that I find to be fairly intelligent, but I am not an artist. I am chaos on feet.
Right. Well, would you like it to say anything else? Because it was actually I can't even take the credit for it. It was
I was at a 3.
Takata. It was actually Takata's idea.
Yeah.
He's the one that came up with the map and everything, or they, whatever. I'm not still new to those pronouns.
It does taste.
Takata goes by she.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It tastes like tang.
But let me tell you, she is dangerous.
Because they wanted to, they had the idea of putting, I survived, America or whatever it was, and they put the Jasmine Sherman 2024. But I didn't know if you want to add anything more to that, or just the Jasmine 2024.
I'm not creative, so I keep it simple. Hold on one second. That's my mama now. Good. Everybody love me today.
Any other
real quick
group,
Real quick, speaking of merch, the Jasmine Sherman Halloween collections of stickers went live on the website last night. So if you go to the merch shop, it's $5 and you get a 25-pack of stickers.
Ooh.
Wow.
And it's 5 different designs that different artists within the team created. And if you order between now and Friday, you'll get a little extra goodies in the bag. And you also have the option, if you have an extra $5, you can buy an extra for a friend, and then we will send it out to somebody who doesn't have the funds but wants to be included with the stickers. And you can pass them out to kids and parents for trick or treat.
Ooh, that's so exciting. I'm so excited.
There we go.
Yeah, I'm still new at the sticker process too. I can make stickers and all.
Magical but stabby.
Magical but stabby.
I definitely need the magical but stabby one.
Beautiful.
Have y'all seen that? It was like a cartoon where there was this guy sitting on a horse's head, and this other guy comes up and he goes, "How are you sitting on a horse like that?" And he's like, "It's not a horse," and he starts riding off into the sunset, and he goes, "It's a unicorn!"
Oh my god!
I love that.
I've seen it.
Oh, that's
so funny.
Oh, great. Oh man.
Okay, so are y'all ready to hear the story? Or Stacy's hand is up, so I just I want to know, what can I tell y'all about yesterday?
Stacy? Nope.
Oh no. Stacy's hand is down. We need to hear everything.
Y'all
Okay.
on TikTok, this is about to get fun. So if you're on TikTok, you're not hearing the fun. So get to my YouTube. It's in my link tree in my bio. Go.
Okay.
That'll get people going for sure.
It's gonna be
juicy.
Okay. So
Jasmine's life
yesterday,
is
Moist.
Yeah.
It's gonna be moist.
It's gonna be moist.
it was okay. But this is
Gotta go
all
smoke for
Katrina's
this.
fault. This is all Katrina's fault. I want to blame Katrina.
Here's the scapegoat.
Here's why I'm blaming Katrina, because Katrina came up and they shared their journey with us on the roads, right?
Yes.
And then we were being funny, and I was like, "Yeah, we should have sex on behalf of Katrina, one for Katrina." You know, because Katrina was I'm trying to do it.
Don't be blaming black women.
I'm not blaming. I was trying to support Katrina. It was an orgasm for Katrina. I was going to do it so that way Katrina, I could be like Katrina.
In her honor.
When I saw her today, yeah, it was an honorary orgasm for Katrina. It's kind of like when people are like, I'm living vicariously through you, you know?
I mean,
like reverse.
I don't think that we can. I don't think that we can vicariously share.
Here's where I want to challenge some of y'all. If energy is something y'all believe in or subscribe to, and energy is transferable, then orgasms at some spectrum could have like been energy positively for Katrina. Now that could be a lie. I just want to have sex.
100%.
When she comes on, we'll ask if she owed her part around that time.
Yeah, or just things like her light got better, the lighting in the room got better. You know, something. But
got her rose out again.
We will never know because in the middle we heard a noise. We heard a noise and we did the black people thing. We stopped.
Yep.
Stop everything. Stop. Look, see how Jamal's doing it? Stop, look, and listen. We didn't hear anything. Hadn't heard nothing. So we was like, okay, we can continue this. And then boom, 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 boom. He's like, what the fuck? Jumps out of the position.
Yeah.
Jumps to put clothes on, runs to the door. He's like, oh, it's my ex.
What?
And I'm like, well, this is a little weird. What's the problem? So old girl has now found an old key or whatever and has come in and brought a dog. Brought a dog with her.
Brought a dog?
So I'm usually, because that's how I live. I'm always
puppies got to get involved.
I don't know why she had the dog with her, but the dog was with her. So he was like, hey, chill out in here. Just be quiet. Chill in here. I'm going to go out there and handle my business. And so I'm like, why I got to be quiet? I ain't do nothing. You know, thinking like cheating 101. I'm assuming he's up to no good.
Yeah.
But then I'm like, this Negro, I've been sleeping over here for weeks. That's not the case, right? They're not together.
Okay.
But that's irrelevant. So now I hear things occurring outside the room. Like a tussling of sorts.
Oh, no.
And I'm like, oh God, I cannot be in no domestic dispute today. So I open the door, naked and everything. People is on the floor. And I'm just like, are y'all okay? And then she starts in like, bitch, you need to leave me alone. I said, are you okay? And there was a lot of subtext because her bitch leave me alone was like, I'm upset, you the problem, and we about to have a problem. And my subtext was like, if you don't get your ass off the goddamn floor and control yourself with some decorum, we gonna have a real issue. And he's just sitting there like, this bitch is naked, this bitch is mad, and the dog is gonna bite somebody.
Oh no.
So
Okay, can you pause for 30 seconds? Pause for 30 seconds. I need to breathe. I couldn't.
What kind of dog was it?
What the fuck is that?
A white dog?
Wait.
Big or little? Big or little?
I have a question.
Medium size.
Jasmine, your life is wild.
Yo,
Jasmine,
hold on.
Jasmine, I have a question real quick.
Yeah.
I need clarification. You said that the apartment gotten broken into, and then you said that the ex-girlfriend showed up.
So the ex-girlfriend was the
Was
one doing
that for these two separate incidents?
No, one event. She was technically breaking.
Okay. I thought this was
No.
YouTube, somebody says, I need this laugh I volunteer to take one for the team for Katrina's honor. All right, carry it on. Let's hear it.
So,
You're already spreading the energy.
now keep in mind, we're on the second floor of an apartment complex. The front door is wide open. I'm naked. There's a dog and black people on the floor and general disarray. And I'm like, I mean, at this point, then she goes, "Are you cheating on me?" And I'm like, "Are y'all in a relationship?" And he was like, "No, we are not in a relationship." Said that in front of her and everything. And so I was like, time for me to mind my non-girlfriend business.
Yep.
And I was like, okay, keep your hands to yourself and carry on. I closed the door.
You just shut the door?
I shut the door. What am I supposed to do? That's not my boyfriend.
Not my business.
Listen,
Jasmine shut the door and started playing tug of war with the dog.
The dog, look, I'm naked. The dog is growling, has teeth exposed. My bits are important to me.
Yep.
I have nipples to protect. Nah.
I wish I could say in this moment, POTUS was saying, "Not my circus, not my monkey," but this was a whole ass circus. I don't know what to say. POTUS. POTUS.
So
I have a
she leaves.
My circus, not my dog.
Yeah. We didn't get tickets to this circus, though.
So I close the door. After he says that they're not in a relationship and it's not my problem, I close the bedroom door and I come sit back down and I have me some more tequila. And that's all I could do. And it ends very shortly because now that he's like, we're not in a relationship, she's like, really? And she calls him a punk ass and then she leaves and he locks the door, I guess, and comes back in the room. And so he's hot and I'm hot and all I can do is make jokes now. And so I was like, well, do you want to make some homemade NyQuil?
What?
I love you, Jasmine Sherman. I love you so much.
God.
Oh
So
my
now
gosh.
So I just need to know, was there a flood? Did you have to wash sheets? Like, that's all I care about. Like, did that happen?
So are you saying did I get my orgasm eventually?
Yeah, like legit, that's the only thing missing from this story at this point is we need to know if you actually got at least one O before the crazy X came in.
I had gotten like 4 O's, but
there
I was
you
trying
go.
to get was for Katrina. This was Katrina's O, and Katrina's O got interrupted.
Oh no, that means that
She
Katrina
brought
Day went real.
some of her juju into your
right.
Either that or you sent Katrina some half-finished energy, in which case Katrina may or may not have felt off kilter for a little while yesterday.
What I will say is, all right, so after we make the homemade NyQuil, which the recipe I don't advise, I got it from TikTok, is the organic tart cherry juice, a bottle of Hypnotic, and a bottle of dark black Hennessy. And you put those in a cup, you switch it around real good, and you drink it, and it's deliciously
You have 10 milligrams of
knock your ass out.
So we had some of that, and then a couple little floral explorations, and things felt better. So around like 3:30, maybe 4 a.m. Katrina's
sorry guys. Anyways, I gotta tell you, I gotta leave. Thank you for the story. That was awesome. I know. I gotta go get my car fixed though. So.
Oh, I hope you get your car fixed soon.
Yeah, I'm doing it right now.
Have we all celebrated Allie's birthday?
Did I miss that? Happy born day, Allie. Glitch Fox and Allie. It is
happy birthday to the birthday people.
Allie.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. In honor of
happy birthday. Happy birthday.
I have never heard this version.
So, you know why people come up with multiple versions.
But that's not how you go. It's happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. That's how you do it. There's a different version. But
no, POTUS, that's the black. Did that earlier. POTUS, that's the black version. They don't all know that.
Because we didn't even get the double claps in there. Okay, well, next time we get it. But I now have to cook a meal. So that's the new scramble. I actually have to cook food because part 2, remember? So remember, they broke into the house. They had a key they wasn't supposed to have. So someone has to be here when the locks get changed. People for the apartment complex need to come change the locks, but he had to go to work. So that's why I'm still sitting here.
You can't Uber Eats because you don't cook, POTUS. You need to Uber Eats before you burn that man's apartment down. You don't cook. You jumped when Sean was frying fish. You ran away from the flame. Get away from the stove. Stay away. Uber Eats.
But
I
so
feel like I
here's the
missed something
thing.
there too.
I never got to hear how good that catfish was.
Yeah, Thomas on YouTube is like, part 2? What?
No, so because now he's at work. He works a 12-hour shift. So I'm here till 7 o'clock. And we were gonna do decarving last night, and I never got that done because of what happened. So like I have to stay here another day. And so he's working. Like, it's rude to be like, you need to feed me. So I was gonna try to cook something. I saw this like fried peanut butter jelly sandwich thing.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. And I'm saying ma'am because I say ma'am to everybody when I get this tone in my voice. Even if it was POTUS, I would be saying no, ma'am. No, ma'am. What we are not going to do.
Do it in live stream.
Did y'all miss the part where I said Sean was at their house and was frying catfish? And when Sean put the catfish in the oil, POTUS said, nope, not me, and ran.
That was when he was doing the beans. It wasn't.
Oh, it wasn't even a fish. Wasn't no grease. It was beans. Y'all hear? I'm sorry. Thank you for the correction, POTUS. He was making beans, and y'all were telling POTUS.
Yeah, I was there for that part. I remember she just disappeared.
I'm about to call Nisha. I'm calling Nisha. I'm snitching. I'm calling Nisha.
No, Nisha knows. So Nisha knows, and Nisha was like, make sandwiches.
Don't fry them.
But then Nisha was like, the feminist in me was like, don't ever make a man no sandwich. So we have so much. And they since texted me back and asked me what groceries he should get since I'm cooking. And I haven't answered him back because I don't know how to cook. So I have to try to find some kind of recipe.
Y'all, I don't think anybody truly understands how the struggle is for POTUS.
I'm in this man's house and I'm not responding to his text messages because I can't cook or menu. And so he just thinking I'm ignoring him now.
Hey, Jasmine, all you have to do, Uber Eats or DoorDash food that you can take out of the packages, put in the platters that are in their cupboards, make it look like you made it, and then take the trash down to the apartment dumpster. Don't put it in his trash can, and make it
taste like Hardee's.
What I just heard is Stacy may or may not have pulled some sneak shit on a previous date when she told somebody she cooked them a meal. But she didn't put in the effort.
No,
I know you.
I
didn't say you couldn't cook. I didn't say you couldn't cook.
You know what?
I'm saying that
I've
you
never
feel
done
like
that.
cooking.
No, but how hard could spaghetti?
Wasn't that in the movie? Mr. and Mrs. Smith.
Yes.
Mrs.
Oh,
Doubtfire.
yeah, it was Mr.
Mrs. Doubtfire. There's a whole bunch of movies.
But we could do pasta, right? Leah on Twitch says, "Can I boil water?" If you give me the instructions, I could figure it out.
Okay, but Jasmine, if you do that,
time out.
You have to put hot.
Time out. Did anyone miss what POTUS just said? The question was, can you boil water? POTUS said, if you give me instructions to boil water, and y'all want me to sit here and be like, here's a recipe for you, POTUS, you can be, no. Uber Eats. Instacart.
I have a question.
This feels like a fire hazard.
Okay, DoorDash.
Hold on.
So that's the problem. I have started fires before.
If I said, hey, I need you to boil water, what's your step one?
Well, I'm gonna Google it, right? Obviously, because I don't know
water.
It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's not.
Y'all don't understand. That is their first
Get a
step.
pan.
To Google the steps to do so. But I also would like to point out, in case no one also caught that, Jasmine has also just stated, I haven't, in fact, caused fires before. Listen to what is being said here, people.
Oh, no, I caught that one.
Technically, I saw a thing on a cooking channel. I'm going to defend myself. I saw a thing on the cooking channel. The cooking channel said you get a wok and you put the stuff in, and I put the stuff in it,
That's
and
for
then I was sitting there, and it caught on fire. Like the oil got too hot, and it just...
Okay,
And
anything you see on cooking TV is for people who have the basics of cooking, POTUS. It does not mean that everyone can do
on
it.
a walk without any cooking experience.
Yes, that's exactly what
First of all, I had watched.
That is not what you start with.
My wife's
Sir,
first
level
time
2,
making
Jackson.
French fries.
Yeah,
expert level.
Start with like an
I'm
air
noticing
fryer
that
or
you're
a toaster oven.
strategically not even looking at the camera most of this conversation. Why? Why are you won't even look up? Tenchi's head has been down almost this whole time, and I'm genuinely curious why.
Because I'm broken. I'm broken. Where I'm all it's just the imagination is going. And then I can just see Jasmine in front of the stove with just a pot and a cell phone and like, how do I do this? and then following the directions, water, pot, boom.
Yep.
Just water.
And then panic ensues.
Hey, now.
It's
My
all animated
son-
in my head right now, and I am enjoying the shit out of it. Like all of these stories, there's
is
just
why I
description
asked
enough
Tenchi.
that I'm animating it in my head.
Tenchi, you are very creative, and you also you're adorable. Like when you say that you're brat, we've had this conversation. So you know what that means in my brain. All of those things are happening right now. So every time I look at your box, you would like do this, and I'm like, Tenchi, over there, the brain is going. I know there's more. I want to know about the movie happening.
So wait a
That's
minute.
why I asked.
I got the
Jasmine, one
instructions
thing.
now. Twitch just told me, Leah told me on Twitch, she said the way you boil water is you need a pot and you need 2/3 cups. Wait a minute. What the hell? Hold on. What is that? 2/3 full of water.
No.
Gonna boil over in seconds.
I am
2/3 of
both
water.
here.
Put it on the stove. Turn the burner on high. Let it get to a rolling boil.
I know that Leah can see me right now because I'm also looking at Twitch. Look at the person who is flailing their hands all crazy like that is me. This is code for stop putting instructions in the chat because Jasmine is going to try to do this. Did you miss? They caused fires trying to cook.
It was only the two fires at the house.
Two, not one.
Because they were different incidents. One was the wok, right? So I figured I needed to change the pan out, and then the other one was the grilled cheese. And the fire department came.
You call it a fire with grilled?
Did you just say the
grilled cheese?
You do that.
Can I interject?
Another story time.
Leah, hold on, time out. Leah and Twitch, I'm telling you right now.
Leah just came in the room.
Ism's got the floor.
Ism's is family to Jasmine.
Just keep in mind that my wife, when she was learning how to cook, caused a grease fire that took off the skin on half my damn arm.
Oh, yeah.
But if you still married her, that could be a good
My husband did that too.
Well, she can cook
before
now.
we were married.
But I'm saying you need supervision.
Well, that's the thing. When I did that fire in the wok, there were 3 other people. And if it wasn't for my Mexican friend Elena, the house would have been gone. Because
Wet towel, by the way. Wet towel.
That's not what we did. So
that's what you do now.
The kitchen was on fire.
Flour.
Right. So she went.
Everyone in Zoom, I would like to direct your attention to what Prophet said in the chat. Everybody in Zoom, direct your attention to what Prophet said in the chat. And look at my face after you read it.
Oh man, wait a minute though.
Okay, Jasmine,
I have not.
Please listen.
Okay.
Jasmine, you're gonna order the food. Okay, it's gonna come. You're going
I'm
to
gonna
look in the cupboard. You're gonna put it on there. And then you are going to make it look like you made said food, and you're going to get in the cupboard, you're going to get the pots and pans, and then you're going to put them in the strainer so that it looks like you used them and washed them and they are drying. And then you are going to eat said food and act like you made the motherfucker. That's it.
Thank you, Stacey.
Do not attempt to cook
Thank you,
anything.
Stacey. Thank you,
This is
Stacey.
John Fires
Thank you,
with the
Stacey. Nope. And Jasmine, you specifically asked for instructions. You were just given very clear, explicit, with pictures, instructions for everyone, no matter how you learn. You have pictorial, you also have verbal, you have Stacey moving their hands.
Stacey just made me feel better. I sent him, there's only one other problem with this. I sent him, when Leah had given me the instructions for the pasta, I thought that's what I was going to go with. So I sent him the instructions for the pasta. But new problem.
You sent him the instructions for pasta?
Here, Leah did
Mims, I love you.
But here's the problem.
That's too much, bro.
That's me.
Okay, if you can't cook, don't fuck with pasta. Because if you can't achieve al dente, just leave it alone.
Okay, but wait until Jasmine's boobs get burned like this. Oh no!
I imagine this is Lotus in the kitchen.
What is that?
That's Robin Williams.
Yes, this was
My husband mom didn't even know you were supposed to drain the water out of the canned vegetables.
Yep.
Before you cook them, and he almost had a cow in like the kitchen when I did it. But he ate the whole pot of vegetables that night. I'm just saying.
POTUS, in case you didn't know, this is Mrs. Doubtfire. I know you don't do movies, but this is what I imagine in my head when I picture you trying to cook.
But here's the problem. I'm all for what you guys are suggesting, but you're not listening to me. He now knows you all exist. He's been watching on Twitch. So
today
is supposed to be the best policy, and that's what I've been trying to tell y'all.
No. So he's been watching the whole time?
And I sent it to
Okay, but Jasmine,
I can only imagine, like, so Stacy, you told them, to do all of the dishes and stuff, and I can just imagine her with a plate and then just doing.
I was gonna say there's no reason to
saying, please don't burn down my house. Please don't burn down my house.
That house.
Jasmine, I have a serious question. I have a serious question for you. Did you say you sent the instructions on how to make pasta to him? Or you told him you were making pasta?
No, I said. He said, what do you want to cook? I can pick it up for you when I'm at the store, because he's going to get a straightener. And he said, how's my day so far? And I sent the link to MIMS, to our Twitch stream, and I was like, it's going great. Do you want to watch? It's the link. And then around that time, after I saw Leah had put the instructions in for the pasta, I had just texted, I can make pasta, because Leah had already put it in the Twitch chat. And so when Stacey was giving me all these instructions, if he's still in the chat, he's going to know I did not make that pasta.
Now you got to make the pasta.
Oh, shit.
Now you got to do it.
Nope. Now he already knows that POTUS can't cook. Honesty is the best policy.
No, he's always, let me clarify, he has always known I couldn't cook.
Well, then why the hell are you asking you what you gonna cook? Is he trying to burn down the apartment he got? Does he have renter's insurance?
I don't know, but I do know he has a girlfriend, an ex-girlfriend that likes to break in, and the locks they changed. Yes.
Maybe y'all should go to...
Wait, does she know how to cook? Can she cook the food and put it in the fridge?
Oh my god.
Hey, come on back over.
Oh, I can't.
Call her back, say hey.
You already got a key.
Oh my God. Look, the ex already saw you naked. You might as well just include her into everything now.
Facts.
I know we got off on the
Nudity
wrong
has
foot,
already
but can
happened.
you cook?
And she done called you a bitch. You done
She did, and it wasn't the sisterhood, bitch. It was the we gonna have a problem, bitch. And that's why I just had to keep saying, "Are you okay?" Because
but you was also like, "Bitch, I'm naked, and you the one on the floor." Y'all are real intimate with each other.
Can you say the difference between the two, Jasmine?
Yeah, because she was like, "Bitch, no, really," like, because she kept saying, "Really, really," and then she was like, "Really, bitch, no, not today. Leave me alone, not today, bitch." And I was like, "Are you okay?" That's all I had to keep saying was, "Are you okay?" Because at the end of the day, ain't gonna be too many more bitches at that tone level. It is not even my fight. Your fight is with him.
Like I said, y'all have gotten
bitch, I'm gonna be signing your UBI.
There's a level of bonding and intimacy that happened in that whole transaction. Granted, it was not happy, but this is also how Black women are. Bitch, I don't like you, but you ain't gonna go hungry either. So let me move out the way. Go in the kitchen and try to fry some chicken and do it wrong. See if she don't jump in there quick to show you
Wait a
how
minute.
it was
Hold on a
done the
second.
right way.
She's not
That's how-
here anymore. I'm over here because she's not here. I think she should.
Right.
Look,
Wasn't supposed to be there last night either, but look what happened.
Yeah, she wasn't supposed to be there last night. She shows up where she's not supposed to be. So just summon her for the cooking.
Tomorrow we're gonna hear Jasmine's gonna come and be like, y'all. Part
That was
4.
the best fried chicken
Here
I've
comes part
ever
4.
had.
She came
I'm
over
telling you
again
right
and we cooked food for him and said, fuck it.
They could probably cook.
And she made sweet potato pie.
Look, ooh, I got pie in her fridge, sweet potato pie in her. Thank you, Stacy, for that. 'cause
Oh,
my mama
shit,
gave
I
me
got
one.
laundry I gotta do. I
Anyway,
forgot.
but
Fuck.
what I was
Sorry.
gonna say is, POTUS, even if she's not there right now, there's a disturbance in the force. My spidey sense is going off. Someone is not frying chicken the correct way. It will happen. She will come. If you do it wrong, they will come. That is how cooking goes with Black women. I don't understand. Like, just go in the kitchen and start fumbling around like you're trying to do something. She gonna show up. She gonna break up. She gonna break in again.
I don't even know.
But Blue, do you trust her to start a cooking with oil?
No.
Because you said or frying chicken wrong.
No.
But it's like, do you even just
Hold on.
start
I'm
the
sorry.
oil itself?
You're right. Since you noticed, I also just
I love you,
I changed my
Jasmine.
statement. I changed my
I love
statement
you.
just now. I said go in there and fumble around like you were about to do something.
No,
I did
but I
catch
really
myself
feel
the
like-
first
Here's a
time.
thought.
What Blue
Here's
is
a thought.
trying to say is, look at a measuring cup. Don't do anything with it. Just look at it and put it away.
I have
So
to
here's
put
the
That's
a
what
thought.
Blue means
I'm
by
okay teaching people how to do dangerous things safely. So first things first, let's look how to put out fires. Before we start cooking, let's just learn about how to put out fires. There are 3
But here's the
things that a
problem,
fire
man.
needs to keep going.
I want
Fuel
to say
source,
something. My hair is
heat,
flammable.
and
I
oxygen.
breathe. Or like that's the problem. I would rather just let it burn and get the fuck out the way. My hair is flammable.
Put it back.
So that's what I'm trying
Put
to
it
tell you.
back.
When my house,
That ain't how
when
that
the
work in
kitchen
the
caught
Black
fire
community,
before,
Mims. Shh.
No?
when
For
when
real?
the fire
Or put it
happened
up.
before with the
Put it in the
wok,
cap.
you can't.
No?
Why you can't cook like that? No.
Wait,
Now-
hold on.
Because
Wait.
now your bonnet may potentially have cooking grease on it, which does not go on hair. So now you got another problem. Now you done added an extra chore on your list because you got to go wash your bonnet. Because
Yeah.
most of us don't have multiples. We have one.
So I have
Or,
an
you know,
question.
yes.
Hair like Jasmine's, you can't put
Yes.
back?
You can, but
painful.
it's
It hurts.
painful.
Oh, I didn't know.
Imagine someone, okay, you remember yesterday morning when you said if your wife came up and grabbed your hair from the back and whatever? Imagine she grabbed your hair from the back, but she was mad at you and she intended to throat punch you.
Harder.
That is how it would feel to pull Jasmine's hair back.
Tension
Right.
I'm trying to keep it moving. I was trying to keep it moving. Anyway, your wife is angry with you and pulls your hair, or someone is angry with you. That's what it feels like.
Mommy, harder.
Yeah. Oh, but I did want to say though, I mean, if I could dial it back though,
I'm not
because
waiting
of
this.
that because of that incident that happened, I'm sore today. Like there was a lot of aggression to get out. So I don't mind people breaking in here if it's going to end in that kind of result. Well, because there was a lot more
Or
aggression.
you could just say, hey, what you did that time, I'm gonna need that consistently. So that means that you gotta take your vitamins, you gotta hydrate.
I don't know that that's good for my body structure consistently. I said I'm sore today and it's cool today, but I don't know if I got things to do. I can't be sitting here like this every day.
I meant consistently, as in whenever y'all have your adult activities. That's what
Why would I get
so unless
pelvic floor.
that may you might have a different person doing the adult activities at different times. I don't know your life. I don't know your
But
schedule.
we did hit my pelvic floor. It was so painful. I loved it. But I'm not gonna be doing that again till like next week.
See, next week. That's what I mean. Consistently.
It hurt. But now I've got to, so when I get off of this live, I'm a person of my word, I'm going to try to put together a pasta. My staff, they already unfortunately work for me. Some of them have agreed to assist me with the list. Cause I mean, they have no boil pasta, I see.
Are you doing from scratch pasta?
What the fuck is from scratch pasta?
No.
Mims,
please don't.
Mims, don't complicate it more. Okay.
Look here, Chaos Demon. I need you to reel that back in.
So we're gonna be hearing fire truck siren soon.
It's just 4 eggs,
I guess
salt, flour, you're good.
I guess for me, I want to be reminded of the structure of our non-relationship. He's my non-boyfriend. I mean, we have officially entered cuffing season, but we're not in that. Like, I don't think he loves me enough for me to try to make
take off.
pasta
If y'all
from
want to keep
scratch.
watching, follow us on YouTube.
I don't
think
you're
fully
ready.
y'all. I'll see y'all soon.
I don't think you're ready to make pasta from scratch when you need to Google the instructions to boil water. Just my opinion.
100%.
I want to say something.
Baked lasagna or something.
How hard is spaghetti? Is that a hard one? Because that's
for someone who needs to
Look, angel hair. Pasta.
POTUS, I don't even think that
in like 5
minutes. I don't even think that you're ready for that yet either, and it can be
the perfect place to start, Blue?
Pasta in a bag in the microwave.
Wait, is there going to be meat involved in your spaghetti? Because if so, you're
I'm a vegetarian. I gotta.
Okay, then no, because there's going to be frying of meat and grease, Dennis. There's no way they can do that because they're not ready for grease yet. We got.
Well, no, if I don't pour the grease,
frozen pizza is the only thing I can recommend.
Veal fettuccine.
What the fuck is veal?
Buttersquash agnolotti.
So, are you gonna hunt your own meat?
I mean,
you know what?
I found 3 deer this morning.
I tried to share with y'all my little situation about my post-coitus interruption, and now how I'm trying to be. It's all Katrina's fault, like I said in the beginning. Because he would. Here comes Nisha.
I'm sorry, POTUS. You got top block. That's horrible.
Hi,
yes,
Nisha.
Here comes me. You're not frying shit. You're not cooking anything. Already decided.
I heard Nisha. Thank you.
Nisha to the rescue?
Nisha, I even said I was going to call you.
Is the new saying?
Nisha, I even said I was going to call you.
Y'all literally took me out of doing my own hair because I was in another room. I'm hearing Jasmine trying to fry stuff. I'm like, no. And I'm with Ray trying to do work stuff as well. No.
Yeah, we just asked her.
Is the new saying that you can't turn the POTUS into a house bay?
You cannot turn the POTUS into a house bay. You cannot. Not on that level. POTUS can take out like a mofo. That's as far as it goes. Nisha, I was trying. I ain't gonna lie.
I know, and I appreciate you.
I've been fighting.
Me and Ray, we were like, Blue got this, and then I was like, I feel like Blue was losing the fight.
I was. The Chaos Demon was winning out, man. You gotta stop it.
I'm just saying, box mac and cheese is always an option.
You gotta hunt first.
Hunt, damn it!
So once you hunt, then you can get a grinder.
Rabbits are the easiest.
Right.
Oh, see, look, I have backup. Ray's here.
Ray's
and their necks are really fresh.
See, the Chaos Demon. I'm letting you know when y'all start pushing, and POTUS is like, I'm gonna do it. The cavalry is coming in, so y'all I understand. Even though I'm saying no because of safety reasons, they're saying no because they know Jasmine way better than we do. And so yes, when Nisha and Ray, bro, I'm tapping out.
True.
Finish him.
Ray, you got your hands up. Floor is yours, friend.
I'll be right back. My son is calling.
Oh, okay.
Timing.
What I just want to say in my grown-up defense, right? Before things got crazy, I did have the wherewithal though to acknowledge that I could put like a meal maybe in the oven, like a pasta meal in the oven, like a Stouffer's, right? That would still count as cooking, right?
Yeah.
Yes, this is what I suggested before this. Yeah, I already had a plan for you because you're not frying shit.
I said after this call, I was going to go back to y'all and find out what the rules was going to be. But then Leah gave me the recipe for water, and then Stacy told me to lie. And yesterday, Mims told us to be honest.
You said the recipe for water.
This is how we know there's a problem. There's no recipe for water.
Costco has take and bake pasta. You can just buy a chicken Alfredo, take and bake pasta. All you gotta do is
no, just make it easier. Buy the chicken. Okay, Costco.
You get the stuff from the deli.
Wait. Everybody has a plan. Nisha is handling this. That is Nisha's. That's Nisha. Just leave it be. Do not add fuel to this fire. Y'all don't want it with Nisha. You don't want it with Nisha.
I'm a single person.
Jasmine, you're fine. I'm literally in Publix shopping for you.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
Hey,
See,
there you go.
When I say that Nisha's got it, y'all don't understand. Nisha is keeping
Nisha,
Jasmine
are you gonna
alive.
be cooking? And what are we having?
Well, first of all, like, I would be honored to cook for everybody if y'all wanted me to, but we're in different locations. And Jasmine wanted to cook for their man.
That's not my man. Wait a minute. That's not the relationship status we have.
Okay, I'm sorry. Jasmine wanted to cook for this person. So I have to figure out Jasmine's taste because Jasmine is very picky of food as well. So I'm literally going through Publix trying to see what is easy to cook and Jasmine will eat.
I'm not picky. I just like good quality items. I want
you will not eat meatballs, frozen meatballs.
Ew, no, I would never eat frozen meatballs.
I have a recommendation.
Exactly.
Your birthday,
frozen
Alex.
meatballs are already cooked. You just need the sauce.
See, again, Lotus is neurospicy, undiagnosed, picky eater. That is a quality. But besides that, Jasmine, I got a question. Jasmine, the question that I have for you is, what is the recipe for water? Since someone gave you this recipe, what is the recipe for water?
Oh, okay. So it's very simple. You take 4 bottles of Deer Park, pour it into the pot, and put it on high till it's boiling, a rolling boil.
MIMS?
Wait, did you say Deer Park?
Well, he lives in an apartment. I assume the water's not
Same thing.
Okay, y'all also
You're boiling it.
No. Y'all missed my question, I guess, because POTUS said that they were given the recipe for water, not boiling water. They were given a recipe for water. I need to know what the recipe for water is.
Oh, you missed it.
You got to make that before.
2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen.
Wait, first of all, the real question is, what type of stove does he have? If it's an electric stove, that's fine. If it's a gas stove, your ass is nowhere near the kitchen.
Here's the thing. I'd have to go.
Hey, you want to know how to make water out of the air? I can teach you.
No, I know that, MIMS, or not MIMS, but isms. I was just saying, Jasmine was like, somebody gave me the recipe for water. And I was like, somebody told you how to boil water. Ain't nobody give you no recipe for water. So I was just curious, what recipe you talking about?
Okay. in my defense, I wouldn't be here if the lady had to kick the door in yesterday. Be at home. Be at home.
Jasmine, if this was a show, I'd fucking watch it.
Yo, my life.
Right? You would watch the show with Cooking with Jasmine, right?
I was just gonna say something like that.
No, it would be Adventures with POTUS.
Yes.
Full blown.
That's what it would be.
Yes.
Okay,
Cooking
so
with
that
Jasmine.
is also in the works.
Ooh. Do I need to turn that into a user story? Because that is a great idea.
If you has everyone here seen the grilled cheese? I'm sorry. Is there a video? Is there a picture? Like, I'm gonna need this. I'm gonna need this on full screen.
Time out. Just so anybody knows, if there is ever any kind of series where Jasmine is in fact in the kitchen, Jasmine requires adult supervision at all times.
There'll be fire extinguishers. Nope. There has
It'll be the fire department
supervising Jasmine. Even Ray put it in the chat. There has to be another adult who knows what's supposed to happen in the room.
Also, with a kitchen with a non-gas stove. Like, if it's a gas stove, Jasmine is not allowed to be in that kitchen.
Can I just say something? I'm running for president of the United States.
You're fine. That is, you stay out of the kitchen if it's a gas stove.
Yeah, no. POTUS, this is the thing. Focus on what you're good at. You're gonna be running a country, not a kitchen. You ain't running a kitchen. You running a country. Let us worry about the kitchen while you help us with the country. It's the fair exchange, ma'am. Fair exchange. We need you to stay. We need you to stay alive. And if we allow you in the kitchen, then that causes a problem with this.
You write the policies and direct them. I'll get you food. How about that?
Okay, but Red, if you, I can show you guys the link. Do you want to see the link to the grilled cheese?
Oh God, yes.
Okay, let me get you the
So,
video.
Jasmine, I just want to let you know that the Obamas hired a Filipino for the kitchen.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Do that.
So,
Do that.
Hint, hint.
There are plenty of qualified Filipinos to help you in the kitchen.
Not me adding fuel
to
to
help
the fire and
for
sending
the
Jasmine
kitchen.
recipes.
I'm gonna need that link though.
Stacey sent me cheeseburger soup recipes and stuffed bell pepper recipes.
Stacey, I hate you right now. I love you always, but I hate you right now. You are also a chaos demon. Why?
I make
Why
a lot
do
of
you
videos.
do
That
this?
grilled cheese video is gone. Like it's forever back there. I can't find
Do this. Stacey is dying right now, y'all. Look at her. She thinks that shit ain't funny. I'm mad as fuck right now.
I do not know what I just came back to, but Stacey's so happy about it.
Stacey's causing chaos for the rest of us.
Can I just also put out
Hold
that more than likely Jasmine's gonna have to cook in their mother's house, and Mrs. Sherman is like very picky over their kitchen. Jasmine's not gonna clean up the kitchen.
No.
Hey, Jasmine.
No, Jasmine's stuck in
Make
an
sure you
apartment.
clean those.
No.
Make sure you clean those cast iron skillets real good.
No, y'all keep assuming that anything you say to Jasmine stops today while they are at this apartment, and that it is not going to carry over when they go home. Y'all are missing the point. And again, Nisha just pointed out, Mrs. Sherman is there. I understand that it is Jasmine's house, but that is also Jasmine's mother. Understand, it is a Black mama. Sometimes we ain't wrapped too tight. I'm saying that as a Black mother.
I'm not allowed in the kitchen with my mom's kitchen, even though it's my house. I'm not allowed to.
The house is Jasmine's. The kitchen is her mother's.
Yeah, I cooked my whole family from the time I was about 8 years old.
Y'all, that level of chaos y'all trying to bring, y'all
I
keep
could
on
only do
hyping
it.
this up.
I could only do it in his apartment or like one of my other houses if they weren't rented out.
Jasmine, you don't do it at all. Okay, it's just don't.
No, I already told him I'm not gonna be a liar.
Okay, and I already told you. I already have a plan for you and what to order and where to order it from.
I'm just saying, is he still in Twitch? Because he's hearing all of this and he's hearing us say, look, bro.
I honestly don't care if he's in Twitch.
Twitch is back to 3 people.
I can only imagine if he was still in the Twitch and he's like, just fuck. Am I gonna have an apartment when I get
Jasmine, I do believe you were just vetoed on this. Nisha said, I don't give a fuck if he hear it or not. You ain't cooking. That's what I am.
Still sending me recipes.
Who? Stacey can send you all the recipes they want. You're not cooking them.
Stacey.
Stop it.
Just pass them recipes on.
I'm about to say something. Stacey, I love you, but and I hate you as well in this moment. I love you always. I don't like you right now. And because I don't like you right now, why is it always white women trying to cause chaos? Stay in your lane and stop. Stop it.
Speaking of that, I do need to have a conversation with you, Blue, and Stacey later.
Okay.
Oh gosh.
So I'm gonna say
that was meant in all love.
I found it. I did find my cooking DIY video. Okay.
Hello, Leah.
I just had the cops show up.
What?
What did you do?
What happened?
Asking about neighbors. So I told them, fuck off, get off my property.
Mims, if you could click that link, it'll show everybody the time I made a grilled cheese.
Oh shit.
And she requested it.
We need to see this.
Please,
there is sound.
Jasmine cooking sounds scary.
Oh God. Okay, here we go.
I'm gonna say, so it won't be helpful if like we video chat or something and I show you how to do it.
Oh, my Lanta.
No, Leah.
Okay.
Nope.
All right.
It's
Also
dead.
welcome. What the hell is that?
I made a grilled cheese, y'all.
No, you didn't, y'all. No, you did not, fam. You did not make a grilled cheese.
I made a grilled cheese.
The sound of defeat. I don't know what you made, but it was not
the
a
sad
grilled
part
cheese.
is you don't hear the sirens in the back. You don't hear the cheese clink.
Oh, I heard the chink.
Hear a
clink,
smoke
and I
alarm
heard
going
I
off.
heard the alarm.
Right.
Mims, don't take that off of us. Don't take. Jordan, come here, please.
First of all, technically the cheese is grilled. That is the requirement.
How do you murder cheese and bread?
That is burnt cheese.
No, the cheese inside is not burnt.
Not a grilled cheese.
That is burnt butter.
Tell me how the cheese inside is still cold.
Yes, I made a video said I made a grilled cheese.
Probably.
The sound of defeat in your voice, Jasmine. I made a grilled cheese, y'all.
Y'all, my eldest said no. They just made a grill.
I made a grilled cheese, y'all.
At least you protected the cheese with the bread. So the cheese is still
I made a grilled
Your
cheese.
nails look good.
How do you kill someone?
That's not even scrapable.
No, it's not.
Certain that,
Holy
I'm certain
shit.
that if you ate that, you would experience a flavor.
I didn't.
Oh,
A flavor.
Unfortunately, you didn't.
That
I
was
don't know
my
if you-
eldest.
I don't know if you could hear the sirens, but I was told I should not eat that by the people who came.
My eldest also has a question. What grit sandpaper did you have to use to get to the cheese?
None. It's Sargento.
No,
That's not.
Yo, that's
you
the
can't
funniest
scrape
thing I've
that.
heard
You
this
would have
morning.
had sand. So he wants to know what grit of. See, POTUS don't even know about grit sandpaper. Never mind.
No, it's
Like a
Never
Sargento.
mind. Never mind. POTUS don't know about sandpaper.
All right.
It's like a
All right,
fancy
cousins,
restaurant where
listen.
they bring it out to you with a file.
You're just gonna kill me this
Hey,
morning, I
Nisha.
swear.
Yes.
Hey,
Nisha.
hey. I
Nisha.
think I can help here. I think I can.
How?
I can take my cousin out camping, maybe.
No.
No.
Is a hard
No.
no.
That is a
I
hard
do not
no.
want. I do not want to see the news story the next day. And it's like so and so started a 12,000 acre.
Okay, wait. So the camping is a hard no because we have
I
to
can
like
stay in a
realize.
tiny house.
Hold up.
I mean, a tiny
can
house
camp
that's
if it's
not
not
in the
outdoors.
woods. That's fine.
Yeah, I
thought
can do
about
it in a tiny
glamping.
house. Yeah,
That's
glamping.
glamping. Okay.
Glamping.
Yeah.
Yeah. If
Yeah, I
you
can
go
glamp.
glamping, I'll be okay
If
with
there's
that.
no
And-
internet, I'm not going.
You can
And
go glamping.
The only
anywhere. I can
person
carry a cot.
that's going to go glamping with you is Ray, and if Ray doesn't go, you can't go.
I've been glamping before. Russell took me.
Stop voluntelling me for things.
Why don't we all pack up and hike into a campsite? We'll stay for
Okay,
a
so
couple
first of all,
days.
I can't hike
Yes.
because people get lost, and Tenchi has already told me
I
this.
don't.
We'll
Okay,
put,
no,
we'll put a
no.
red balloon
Depend-
on you. So we'll
You also
slowly
heard
see where
me
you
got
go.
say
Barry.
You heard
Notice
me
you can
say
have
we.
Barry
Some
on a
of
leash.
us.
Barry
Some
always
of
knows
us are
where the
actually
party is.
really good in the woods. Some of us don't get lost, like Mims.
I'll follow
myself,
y'all.
Ethan,
That's
I'm
yeah.
sure Big
I
Easy.
honestly,
Some of us are
We'll
nature's
bring
children.
Maple. We'll be all right. We'll bring
Hey.
Maple.
We'll get you a
Hey,
bright
POTUS.
orange, worker's vest with like the
So
light reflection.
I don't know if anybody saw what Nick put in the chat, but it says the trial is about to start.
Oh, you want to watch it?
What trial?
We were watching it earlier.
What trial?
Hey, POTUS.
I don't.
I thought
wait,
they
which,
pushed
no,
it
no,
to
no,
November
no.
1st.
Wait, no,
is this
yeah,
the
that's right. What
January
trial?
6th trial?
Oh yeah, that's on
Yeah,
today
it's the
too.
last one that they're doing.
Oh yeah, it's Thursday. Isn't
Forgot
it?
about that.
Oh shit!
Oh.
I
Yeah,
usually
this is the one
watch
where
it.
they're going to focus all on Donald
Yeah,
Trump.
J6. It's the J6. Sorry, sorry, Nick.
Let's see.
Y'all should go check out Navarro Rings' last video. He did a Trump coin, but he turned it into a clown.
Really?
Yeah, it's good. Navarro Rings.
Okay, here we go.
Trump continued to
But
pull
hey,
out
POTUS.
all the
Hold on.
stops in his attempt to stay in
All right.
power.
Hey, I'll let you have Barry. My
What
dog
Donald
can
Trump
find the car for
proceeded
anywhere.
to do after the 2020 election is something no president has done before in our country. In a staggering betrayal of his oath, Donald Trump attempted a plan that led to an attack on a pillar of our democracy. It's still hard to believe. But the facts and testimony are clear, consistent, and undisputed. How do we know this? How have we been able to present such a clear picture of what took place? Because of the testimony we've heard and that we have presented to you through these proceedings, because of the documentary evidence we've gathered and also made available directly to you, the American people. When you look back at what has come out through this committee's work, the most striking fact is that all this evidence comes almost entirely from Republicans. The evidence that has emerged did not come from Democrats or opponents of Donald Trump. Instead, look at who's written and testified and produced evidence. Who has that been? Aides who've worked loyally for Donald Trump for years, Republican state officials and legislators, Republican electors, the chairwoman of the Republican National Committee, political professionals who worked at the highest levels of the Trump campaign, Trump appointees who served in the most senior positions in the Justice Department, President Trump's staff and closest advisors in the White House, members of the President Trump's family, his own White House counsel. I've served in Congress a long time. I can tell you it's tough for any congressional investigation to obtain evidence like what we've received, least of all such a detailed view into a president's inner circle. And I want to be clear, not all these witnesses were thrilled to talk to us. Some put up quite a fight, but ultimately the vast majority cooperated with our investigation. And what we've shown you over the last 4 months has been centered on the evidence that has come overwhelmingly from Republican witnesses. So I say to you again, as I did in June, this investigation is not about politics. It's not about party. It's about the facts, plain and simple. And it's about making sure our government functions under the rule of law as our Constitution demands. Today, as in previous proceedings, my colleagues and I will present new evidence. That includes new testimony from additional Republicans who served in the Trump administration, never before seen footage of congressional leaders on January 6th working to coordinate the response to the violence and ensure the people's business went forward. New materials produced to the committee by the Secret Service, details about the ongoing threat to American democracy. Today's proceeding will also be grounded in the facts, but it won't look exactly like all our other hearings. We'll also take a step back and look at the evidence in a broader context, providing a summary of key facts we've uncovered. Facts relevant to former President Trump's state of mind, about his motivation, and about his intent. What did President Trump know? What was he told? What was his personal and substantial role in the multi-part plan to overturn the election? For those of you who've watched our prior hearings, some of this evidence will look familiar. For those of you tuning in for the first time, we'll summarize some of the most important facts, and we'll urge you to go online and watch our hearing in full. There's one more difference about today. Pursuant to the notice circulated prior to today's proceedings, we are convened today not as a hearing, but as a formal committee business meeting, so that in addition to presenting evidence, we can potentially hold a committee vote on further investigative action based upon that evidence.
Streaming on YouTube right now.
Before we get to that evidence, I'd recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening statement she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Afternoon.
Much has happened since our last public hearing on July 21st. As the chairman mentioned, we've received new and voluminous documentation from the Secret Service, which we continue to analyze. We've received new witness testimony, including about efforts to obstruct our investigation and conceal key facts. And according to public reporting, the Department of Justice has been very active in pursuing many of the issues identified in our prior hearings. Our committee may ultimately decide to make a series of criminal referrals to the Department of Justice, but we recognize that our role is not to make decisions regarding prosecution. The preamble to our Constitution recites among its purposes to, quote, establish justice. And our nation's judiciary and our U.S. Department of Justice have that responsibility. A key element of this committee's responsibility is to propose reforms to prevent January 6th from ever happening again. We've already proposed, and the House has now passed, a bill to amend the Electoral Count Act to help ensure that no other future plots to overturn an election can succeed. And we will make further specific recommendations in our final report, based in part on the evidence you will hear today. Our hearings last summer began with an outline of President Trump's multi-part plan to overturn the 2020 presidential election. We then proceeded to demonstrate each of these elements in detail, with more than 20 hours of evidence. Today, we will see new evidence, but as the chairman said, we will also synthesize evidence you've seen before. The vast weight of evidence presented so far has shown us that the central cause of January 6th was one man, Donald Trump, whom many others followed.
Goddamn right.
None of this would have happened without him. He was personally and substantially involved in all of it.
Yep.
Exactly how did one man cause all of this? Today, we will focus on President Trump's state of mind, his intent, his motivations, and how he spurred others to do his bidding, and how another January 6th could happen again if we do not take necessary action to prevent it. As you view our evidence today, I would suggest a focus on the following points. First, as you will see, President Trump had a premeditated plan to declare that the election was fraudulent and stolen before Election Day, before he knew the election results. He made his stolen election claims on election night against the advice of his campaign without any evidence in hand. Then, over the next 2 months, he sought to find those who would help him invent and spread lies about the widespread fraud. Many of those who stepped forward to help, including Rudy Giuliani, knew they never had real evidence sufficient to change the election results. And on the evening of January 5th, they admitted they were still trying to find that phantom evidence. Of course, as a result of making intentionally false claims of election fraud, Mr. Giuliani's license to practice law has now been suspended. Second, please recognize that President Donald Trump was in a unique position, better informed about the absence of widespread election fraud than almost any other American. President Trump's own campaign experts told him that there was no evidence to support his claims. His own Justice Department appointees investigated the election fraud claims and told him point blank they were false. In mid-December 2020, President Trump's senior advisors told him the time had come to concede the election. Donald Trump knew the courts had ruled against him. He had all of this information, but still he made the conscious choice to claim fraudulently that the election was stolen, to pressure state officials to change election results, to manufacture fake electoral slates, to attempt to corrupt our Department of Justice, to summon tens of thousands of supporters to Washington. Knowing that they were angry, knowing that some of them were armed, he sent them to the Capitol. Then, as the riot was underway, he incited his supporters to further violence by publicly condemning his vice president. And then he refused for hours to disband his rioting supporters and instruct them to leave the Capitol, even when he was begged repeatedly to do so. None of this is normal or acceptable or lawful in our republic. Third, please consider today who had a hand in defeating President Trump's efforts to overturn the election. Vice President Pence, Bill Barr, Jeff Rosen, and others at the Department of Justice, state Republican officials, White House staff who blocked proposals to mobilize the military to seize voting machines and run new elections, our Capitol Police, aided by the Metropolitan Police, other federal law enforcement, and our National Guard, who arrived later in the afternoon. All of these people had a hand in stopping Donald Trump. This leads us to a key question. Why would Americans assume that our Constitution and our institutions in our republic are invulnerable to another attack? Why would we assume that those institutions will not falter next time? A key lesson of this investigation is this: our institutions only hold when men and women of good faith make them hold, regardless of the political cost. We have no guarantee that these men and women will be in place next time. Any future president inclined to attempt what Donald Trump did in 2020 has now learned not to install people who could stand in the way.
I don't like Joe Biden.
And also, please consider this. The rulings of our courts are respected and obeyed because we as citizens pledge to accept and honor them.
Yeah, stay triggered.
Most importantly, our president, who has a constitutional obligation to faithfully execute the laws, swears to accept them. What happens when the president disregards the court's rulings as illegitimate? When he disregards the rule of law? That, my fellow citizens, breaks our republic. Finally, as you view the evidence today, also consider this. President Trump knew from unassailable sources that his election fraud claims were false. He admitted he had lost the election. He took actions consistent with that belief. Claims that President Trump actually thought the election was stolen are not supported by fact and are not a defense. There is no defense that Donald Trump was duped or irrational. No president can defy the rule of law and act this way in a constitutional republic, period. Mr. Chairman, our nation's federal judges are sworn to do impartial justice, to preserve our Constitution and preserve our Union. Dozens of these judges have been addressing January 6th cases, and many have given us plain, unmistakable warnings about the direction of our republic. Let me read from one judge's statement given at a recent sentencing hearing. Quote, high-ranking members of Congress and state officials who know perfectly well the claim of fraud was and is untrue, and that the election was legitimate, are so afraid of losing their power, they won't say so. It has to be crystal clear that it is not patriotism. It is not standing up for America to stand up for one man who knows full well that he lost instead of the Constitution he was trying to subvert. Mr. Chairman, the violence and lawlessness of January 6th was unjustifiable. But our nation cannot only punish the foot soldiers who stormed our Capitol. Those who planned to overturn our election and brought us to the point of violence must also be accountable. With every effort to excuse or justify the conduct of the former president, we chip away at the foundation of our republic. Indefensible conduct is defended, inexcusable conduct is excused. Without accountability, it all becomes normal, and it will recur. So as we watch the evidence today, please consider where our nation is in its history. Consider whether we can survive for another 246 years. Most people in most places on earth have not been free. America is an exception. And America continues only because we bind ourselves to our founders' principles, to our Constitution. We recognize that some principles must be beyond politics, inviolate, and more important than any single American who has ever lived. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objections, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very shortly after the election, we began this meeting by returning to election night, November 3rd, 2020. As the chairman noted, we've previously presented testimony about how the election results were expected to come in that night.
Donald Trump's
In
tiny
certain
little
states,
hand.
ballots
These are for your
cast by
president.
mail before
Trump.
Election Day would be counted only after the polls closed that
Lock him the
evening.
fuck up.
That meant that election results would not be known for some time.
Those who hate the
Although
truth are the
President
ones
Trump's
living a lie.
campaign manager,
Yeah,
Bill
Republican.
Stepien, House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, and Jared Kushner had advised Donald
Living
Trump
rent-free in my head.
to encourage mail-in
we're
voting
actually
by
watching,
Republicans.
something.
President Trump
So,
did
yeah,
not
pipe down.
do so.
Yeah, I just remember
I'm
generally,
delusional.
you know, you had
It's
people
okay.
arguing that
It's okay.
we had a
It's okay,
very,
Bob.
very robust get
It's
out
safe
the vote
space.
effort,
You
and
can
that,
cry here if you want.
you know, mail-in ballots could be a good thing
Robbie, you bore me. Bye,
for us if
pumpkin.
we looked at it correctly.
Block.
There's one meeting that was had.
Yeah.
In particular, I invited Kevin
What's
McCarthy
this? I already forgot
to
your username too.
join the meeting.
Deuces.
He being of like mind on the issue with me, in which we made our case for why we believed mail-in voting, not to be
I don't want
a
to run
bad thing for his
president. There's already
campaign.
Too many people in government. No, thank you.
But you know, the president's mind was made up.
So it was expected before the election that the initial counts in some states, in other words, those votes cast on Election Day, would be more heavily Republican. And this would create the false perception of a lead for President Trump, a so-called red mirage. But as the results of the absentee ballots that were later counted, there could be trends towards Vice President Biden as those mail-in ballots were counted. Now, on election night, Donald Trump's advisors specifically told him he didn't have a factual basis to declare victory, that he should wait for the remaining ballots to be counted. Here is campaign manager Bill Stepien.
It was far too early to be making any calls like that. Ballots were still being counted.
Yes.
Ballots were still going to be counted for days. And it was far too early to be making any proclamation like that. I believe my recommendation was to say that votes were still being counted. It's too early to tell, too early to call the race.
But President Trump did declare victory in the late hours of election night. Not only did he declare victory, he also called for the ongoing count of votes to just stop. Stopping the count would have violated both federal and state laws and also disenfranchised millions of voters who lawfully cast their vote. He called for that action anyway. Here's what he said.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We want all voting to stop.
We now know more about President Trump's intention for election night. The evidence shows that his false victory speech was planned well in advance, before any votes had been counted. It was a premeditated plan by the president to declare victory no matter what the actual result was. He made a plan to stay in office before Election Day.
Report everything.
Now, the vice president's staff was concerned with what Donald Trump might do on election night. They took steps to ensure that Mr. Pence would not echo a false victory announcement from President Trump.
Impressions are
Here's what the vice president's counsel, Greg Jacob, told us about his preparations with the vice president's chief of staff, Mark Short.
Mark had indicated to me that there was a possibility that there would be a declaration of victory within the White House that some might push for. And this is prior to the election results being known. And that he was trying to figure out a way of avoiding the vice president sort of being thrust into a position of needing to opine on that when he might not have sufficient information to do so.
Now, following this conversation, Mr. Jacob drafted a memo to Mr. Short, which the Select Committee got from the National Archives. The memo was sent on November 3rd, Election Day, and advised it is essential that the Vice President not be perceived by the public as having decided questions concerning disputed electoral votes prior to the full development of all relevant facts. A few days before the election, Mr. Trump also consulted with one of his outside advisors, inside activist Tom Fitton, about the strategy for election night. The Select Committee got this pre-prepared statement from the National Archives. As you can see, the draft statement, which was sent on October 31st, declares, "We had an election today, and I won." And the Fitton memo specifically indicates a plan that only the votes counted by the election day deadline, and there is no election day deadline, would matter. Everyone knew that ballot counting would lawfully continue past Election Day. Claiming that the counting on election night must stop before millions of votes were counted was, as we now know, a key part of President Trump's premeditated plan. On Election Day, just after 5 p.m., Mr. Fitton indicated he'd spoken with the president about the statement. Sending along again, just talked to him about the draft below. Again, this plan to declare victory was in place before any of the results had been determined. In the course of our investigation, we also interviewed Brad Parscale, President Trump's former campaign manager.
Yeah, they've always been out there, though.
He told us he understood that President Trump planned as early as July that he would say he won the election even if he lost. And just a few days before the election, Steve Bannon, a former Trump chief White House strategist and outside advisor to President Trump, spoke to a group of his associates from China and said this.
And what Trump's going to do is just declare victory, right? He's going to declare victory. But that doesn't mean he's the winner. He's just going to say he's the winner. The Democrats, more of our people vote early that count. Theirs voted mail. And so they're going to have a natural disadvantage, and Trump's going to take advantage of it. That's our strategy. He's going to declare himself a winner. So when you wake up Wednesday morning, it's going to be a firestorm. Also, if Trump is losing by 10 or 11 o'clock at night, it's going to be even crazier. No, because he's going to sit right there and say they stole it.
Agree.
I'm directing the Attorney General to shut down all ballot places in all 50 states. It's going to be no. He's not going out easy. If Biden's winning, Trump is going to do some crazy shit.
As you know, Mr. Bannon refused to testify in our investigation. He's been convicted of criminal contempt of Congress, and he's awaiting sentencing. But the evidence indicates that Mr. Bannon had advanced knowledge of Mr. Trump's intent to declare victory falsely on election night, but also that Mr. Bannon knew about Mr. Trump's planning for January 6th. Here's what Bannon said on January 5th.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's all converging, and now we're on, as they say, the point of attack, right? The point of attack tomorrow. I'll tell you this. It's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen, okay? It's going to be quite extraordinarily different. And all I can say is strap in. You have made this happen, and tomorrow it's game day. So strap in. Let's get ready.
Another close associate of Donald Trump apparently knew of Mr. Trump's intentions as well. Now, Roger Stone is a political operative with a reputation for dirty tricks. In November 2019, he was convicted of lying to Congress and other crimes and sentenced to more than 3 years in prison. He's also a longtime advisor to President Trump and was in communication with President Trump throughout 2020. Mr. Trump pardoned Roger Stone on December 23rd, 2020. Now, recently, the Select Committee got footage of Mr. Stone before and after the election from Danish filmmaker Christopher Gilbranson, pursuant to a subpoena.
I hope so.
Right before the election, here's Roger Stone talking about what President Trump would do after the election.
Yeah, that's what the cult followers think.
Let's just hope we're celebrating. I really do suspect it'll still be up in the air. But when that happens, the key thing to do is to claim victory. Possession is 9/10 of the law. No, we won. Fuck you. Sorry, over. We won. Yeah. You're wrong. Fuck you. I said fuck the Lord and let's get right to the violence. That's what I'm doing.
100% agree. 100%.
Start smashing pumpkins, if you know what I mean.
Is anybody else seeing the irony of him wearing a face mask?
The Select Committee called Mr. Stone as a witness, but he invoked his Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination.
Do you believe the violence on January 6th was justified?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer your question on the basis of the Fifth Amendment.
And they just don't get it. Did you have any role in planning for the violence on January 6th?
He deserves a front punch. Once again, I will assert my Fifth Amendment right to decline to answer your question.
Not just him. They all.
Although we don't yet have all the relevant records of Roger Stone's communications, even Stone's own social media posts acknowledge that he spoke with Donald Trump on December 27th as preparations for January 6th were underway.
That's my birthday.
In this post, you can see how Roger Stone talked about his conversations with President Trump. He wrote, "I also told the president exactly how he can appoint a special counsel with full subpoena power to ensure those who are attempting to steal the 2020 election through voter fraud are charged and convicted, and to ensure Donald Trump continues as our president." As we know by now, the idea for a special counsel was not just an idle suggestion. It was something President Trump had actually tried to do earlier that month. We know that Roger Stone was at the Willard Hotel on January 5th and 6th, and we know from other witness testimony that President Trump asked his chief of staff, Mark Meadows, to speak with Roger Stone and General Michael Flynn that night.
What are you hiding?
In addition to his connection to President Trump, Roger Stone maintained extensive direct connections to two groups responsible for violently attacking the Capitol, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys. Individuals from both of these organizations have been charged with the crime of seditious conspiracy. Now, what is seditious conspiracy? It is a conspiracy to use violent force against the United States, to oppose the lawful authority of the United States. Multiple associates of Roger Stone from both the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys have been charged with this crime. Close associates of Roger Stone, including Joshua James, have pled guilty to this crime. We know that at least 7 Oath Keepers who have been criminally charged provided personal security for Roger Stone or were seen with him on January 6th or in the weeks leading up to January 6th. For example, Joshua James, the leader of the Alabama Oath Keepers, provided security for Roger Stone and was with him on January 5th. This is the picture of the two together on January 5th. James entered the Capitol on January 6th. He assaulted a police officer. Earlier this year, he pled guilty to seditious conspiracy and obstruction of Congress. Another example is the married couple, Kelly and Connie Meggs. Kelly Meggs was the leader of the Florida chapter of the Oath Keepers. Both he and his wife provided security for Roger Stone, and both are charged with leading a military-style stack attack of Oath Keepers, attacking the Capitol on January 6th. Perhaps even more disturbing is Roger Stone's close association with Enrique Tarrio, the national chairman of the Proud Boys. Roger Stone's connection with Enrique Tarrio and the Proud Boys is well documented. by video evidence with phone records the Select Committee has obtained. Tario, along with other Proud Boys, has been charged with multiple crimes concerning the attack on January 6th, including seditious conspiracy. During the attack, Tario sent a message to other Proud Boys claiming, "We did that."
I don't know why you're laughing about that, but whatever.
He also visited the White House on December 12th.
Yeah.
Later that day, he posted a disturbing video claiming credit for the attack. This video, posted on January 6th, was apparently created prior to the attack. This big lie, President Trump's effort to convince Americans that he had won the 2020 election, began before the election results even came in. It was intentional, it was premeditated, it was not based on election results or any evidence of actual fraud affecting the results or any actual problems with voting machines. It was a plan concocted in advance to convince his supporters that he won. And the people who seemingly knew about that plan in advance would ultimately play a significant role in the events of January 6th. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
It's been one day.
For an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very shortly after the election, the Trump campaign recognized that they had likely lost the election, and they informed Donald Trump of that fact. Even before the networks called the race for President Biden on November 7th, his chances of pulling out a victory were virtually non-existent, and President Trump knew it.
Do you know if anybody ever told the president that he had lost and that there wasn't a chance of him winning?
Red flags be pressed.
I know that the president, when the networks called it, of course, he was informed about the network decision.
Let's go again.
That afternoon, at some point, myself and a handful of other folks went over and sat down with the president and communicated that the odds of us
you just got unbanned on your second account today, right?
Challenges.
I have a lot of
after the election as of November 7th,
so I feel the red flags
in your
were a
judgment,
good
what were the
target.
chances of President Trump winning the election?
After that point?
Yes.
None.
At times, President Trump acknowledged the reality of his loss. Although he publicly claimed that he had won the election, privately he admitted that Joe Biden would take over as president. Here's a few examples of that.
So we're in the Oval and there's a discussion going on. And the president says, I think it could have been Pompeo, but he says words to the effect of, yeah, we lost, we need to let that issue go to the next guy, meaning President Biden.
I remember maybe a week after the election was called, I popped into the Oval just to give the president the headlines and see how he was doing. And he was looking at the TV and he said, "Can you believe I lost to this effing guy?"
Mark raised it with me on the 18th. And so following that conversation, where the motorcade ride driving back to the White House, and I said, does the president really think that he lost? And he said, a lot of times he'll tell me that he lost, but he wants to keep fighting it. And he thinks that there might be enough to overturn the election, but he pretty much has acknowledged that he's lost.
Knowing that he had lost and that he had only weeks left in office, President Trump rushed to complete his unfinished business. One key example is this. President Trump issued an order for large-scale U.S. troop withdrawals. He disregarded concerns about the consequences for fragile governments on the front lines of the fight against ISIS and al-Qaeda terrorists. Knowing he was leaving office, he acted immediately and signed this order on November 11th, which would have required the immediate withdrawal of troops from Somalia and Afghanistan, all to be complete before the Biden inauguration on January 20th. As you watch these clips, recall that General Keith Kellogg was the National Security Advisor to the Vice President and had served as Chief of Staff to the National Security Council for President Trump. And General Milley was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff at the Pentagon.
Are
you familiar with a memo that the president reportedly signed on November 11th, 2020, ordering that troops be withdrawn from Afghanistan and Somalia?
Yes.
So I think you might have seen some things where there's a memo or something from Johnny McEntee to Douglas McGregor. It says, here's your task to get U.S. forces out of Somalia, get U.S. forces out of Afghanistan.
When you first interviewed and met Colonel Douglas McGregor, is it fair to say you discussed this
what did he do that was
decision of withdrawing from Somalia and Afghanistan?
How am
Correct?
I a Nazi?
Yeah, I'm sure that was part of it, yeah.
And
How
that
am
was
I a Nazi?
the position that he was
Nazis are not
taking over
welcome.
there was senior advisor to the Secretary of Defense. Is that correct?
Yes.
Nazis
So
are
on
not
that
welcome.
same day, just so I'm clear, he responded back to you that they, meaning
What
DOD
have I
leadership,
done
was
that
not
I'm
going
not?
to take any of those steps without an order.
Without a directive, yeah.
I explained in language that should be in the order while I was in the meeting with McEntee, and this was my answer to him. I said, if you want this to happen, or the president wants this to happen, he's got to write an order.
So you never wrote this down in any capacity?
Well, I sketched on a piece of paper for him some key statements.
And not talk.
The president
Sit quietly and
directs.
listen.
This is,
Sit quietly and listen.
what's the right word, boilerplate language?
Who within his office drafted the order?
If you actually want to see the hearing,
It
go
was
to my link tree. You can go to my
myself
link
and one of
tree,
my
you can see
assistants.
I'm streaming it
McEntee
right now.
duly types it up,
You can see it, you can hear
brings it
you
in
can
to
get
the
the whole thing on
president.
there that are watching.
President
So
signs
follow
it,
me on
boom,
YouTube.
it's over, faxed over, or
we use
emailed,
YouTube
scanned
because
over
we're less
to
restrictive
Castro, delivers it to me.
than
Was it
TikTok.
by auto pen
So,
or was it the president himself signing it?
Blame
It was the
Trump,
president.
like Trump blamed Obama? It's not going to
And who
prison.
obtained that
Interesting.
signature?
Trump loves the
I did.
uneducated.
It is
and
odd.
The
It is
Republicans don't even understand that
non-standard.
Trump was a
It is
Democrat.
potentially dangerous.
And he
I
tried to
personally
run as a
thought it was
Democrat,
militarily
but he
not
got
feasible
nowhere.
nor wise.
And I
So he found out that
proceeded to tell
Republicans
PP
should be easier.
and
And,
proceeded to tell
Yeah,
McGregor
yeah. Be a good little sheep. Lord is my shepherd. What does
That-
that make you?
if I ever saw anything like that, I would do something physical. Because I thought what that was done was a tremendous disservice to the nation. And by the way, that was a very, very contested issue. There were people who did not agree with getting out of Afghanistan. I appreciate their concerns. An immediate departure that memo said would have been catastrophic. It's the same thing what President Biden went through. It would have been a debacle.
Keep in mind, the order was for an immediate withdrawal. It would have been catastrophic. And yet, President Trump signed the order. These are the highly consequential actions of a president who knows his term will shortly end. At the same time that President Trump was acknowledging privately that he had lost the election, he was hearing that there was no evidence of fraud or irregularities sufficient to change the outcome.
I remember a call with Mr. Meadows, where Mr. Meadows was asking me what I was finding and if I was finding anything.
Democrats
And I remember
have
sharing
aligned
with him that
evil and
we weren't
insanity.
finding anything
Trump gave a voice
that
to
would
the
be
disenfranchised.
sufficient to
So you think that either
change the results in
political
any of the
side
key
is on your
states.
side?
When was that conversation?
Interesting. So you think
Probably in November,
Republicans are on your side?
mid to late November. I think it was before my child was born.
Interesting.
And what was Mr. Meadows' reaction to that information?
I believe the words he used were, "So there's no there there."
Both
It would be
parties
our
suck.
job to
That's
track
why
it
we don't
down
support
and come up dry
either fucking
because the
party.
allegation
Fuck
didn't
both
prove to be
parties.
true.
Fuck
And we'd
both
have
parties.
to,
But y'all
relay
still
the news
fly
that,
Trump flags.
yeah, that
Y'all still
tip
fly,
that someone told you
Dixiecrat
about
flags.
those
It doesn't
votes
make any fucking sense.
or that fraud or nothing came of it. That will be our job as the truth telling squad and
so you want to stay the same. You want to stay
not a
the
fun
same.
job to be.
You want to be a basic
Much
bitch.
it's it's an easier job to be telling the president about
don't do that. You need
wild
to educate
allegations.
yourself.
It's a harder job to be telling him on the back end that
Tell me
that
you
wasn't
don't have
true.
any empathy.
What was
Without
generally
telling me you
discussed
don't
on
have
that
any empathy.
topic was whether the
Yeah, they
fraud,
fly the Trump flag above the
maladministration,
American flag, and
abuse,
they say
or
that they're
irregularities,
America's the
if
greatest
aggregated
country in
and read
history.
most favorably
Is
to the
it?
campaign,
At
would
what
that
point in
be
time
outcome
can black
determinant?
people, indigenous people,
And,
or women folk ever go back in
I think
time
everyone's
and be
assessment
safe?
in the room, at least
Tell me.
amongst the staff, Mark
You
Short,
must be a
myself,
white
and Greg
dude.
Jacob, was that it was
Empathy for
not
who?
sufficient to be
Non-white folk.
outcome determinant.
Look, it's the right of any candidate to
Non-white
litigate
male folk.
genuine election disputes. Nobody argues that. But President Trump's litigation was completely unsuccessful. In our past hearings, we told you that the committee had identified a total of 62 election lawsuits filed by the Trump campaign and its allies between November 4th and January 6th of 2021. Those cases resulted in 61 losses
I'm a victim
and only
guy.
a single victory, which did not affect the outcome for any candidate.
Swing and a miss.
The claims were not supported by any sufficient evidence of fraud or irregularities. In fact, they were baseless, as judges repeatedly
As you
recognized.
cry, exactly.
In none of these 62 cases was President Trump able to establish any viable claims of election fraud sufficient to overturn the results of the election. In those hearings, we shared with you the words used by judges around the country in rejecting the Trump
You're
campaign's
still crying.
claims.
It's okay, Pumpkin, you can cry.
It's strong language criticizing the lack of evidentiary support for the claims of election fraud in those lawsuits. For example, a federal appeals court in Pennsylvania wrote, quote, "Charges
Yeah,
require
call
specific allegations and proof.
Somebody
We
call
have
ambulance.
neither here." A federal judge in Wisconsin wrote, quote, "The court has allowed the former president the chance to make his case, and he has lost
I got
on the
tissues
merits."
Too, but it's,
Another judge
40
in Michigan
sandpaper.
called the claims, quote, "nothing but speculation and conjecture that votes for President Trump were either destroyed, discarded, or switched to votes for Vice President Biden." A federal judge in Michigan sanctioned 9 attorneys, including Sidney Powell, for making frivolous allegations in an election fraud case, describing the case as a historic and profound abuse of the judicial process. Recently, a group of distinguished Republican election lawyers, former judges, and elected officials issued a report confirming the findings of the courts. In their report entitled "Lost, Not Stolen,"
Hold the
these
phone.
prominent Republicans
I'm not a Democrat
analyzed
anymore,
each
you're a
election
Democrat.
challenge and concluded this:
I don't
Donald
like Joe
Trump and his
Biden,
supporters
probably
failed
less
to
than
present
you, but the difference
evidence
between
of
you and
fraud
I is I like
or
Trump even
inaccurate
less.
results significant enough to invalidate the results of the 2020 presidential
down.
election.
Pipe down.
On December 11th, Trump's allies lost a lawsuit in the U.S. Supreme Court
Yeah,
that
call
he
me a
regarded
Democrat
as his
insult,
last
just like
chance
if I were
at
to call you a
success in the
Democrat.
courts.
Democrat.
A newly obtained Secret Service message from that day shows how angry President Trump
Thanks, man. I
was
appreciate
about
you.
the outcome. Quote,
Followed you back, John.
"Just FYI, POTUS is pissed. Breaking news, Supreme Court denied his lawsuit. He is livid now." Cassidy Hutchison, an aide to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, was present for that conversation and described it in this way.
This is the day that the Supreme Court had rejected that case. Mr. Meadows and I were in the White House residence at a Christmas reception. And as we were walking back from the Christmas reception that evening, the president was walking out of the Oval Office, so we crossed paths in the Rose Garden colonnade. The president was fired up about the Supreme Court decision. And so I was standing next to Mr. Meadows, but I stepped back, so it was probably 2-3 feet catty corner from him, diagonal from him. You know, the president's just raging about the decision and how it's wrong and why didn't we make more calls, and you know, just his typical
Yeah, I'm standing great too because Joe
anger
Biden fucking sucks.
outburst at this
Donald
decision.
Trump
And the
sucks
president
worse.
said
Why are we scraping the barrel, man?
so
Why
he
are we scraping the barrel
had
on
said
both
something to the
parties?
effect of,
Even,
I don't want people to know we lost, Mark. This is embarrassing. Figure it out. We need to figure it out. I don't want people to know that we lost.
Our country is a country of laws
heard my,
where
my
every
hot
person,
10? I've
including
said
the
it in
president,
Term
must
limits,
follow
age
the law
restrictions,
and
cognitive
respect
tests,
the
drug
judgment
tests,
of our
pay
courts.
politicians a minimum wage
President Trump's
of the
closest
state that they
advisors
represent,
held
or
that view
put them
both
in the
then and
enlisted
now.
sliding payroll of our military.
Do you believe the president should
Get rid
abide
of
by the
insider
rulings
trading,
of the
no trading on the
courts?
stock markets.
Oh, yes. We should all comply with the law at all times, to the best of our ability. Every one of us.
So once the courts had ruled and the Electoral College had met, the election was over, in your view?
Get rid of their
Yes, I think I've said previously that when the vice president made the certification and the litigation was complete, it was complete.
When the Electoral College met on the 14th?
Yes, that is December 14th. Is that right? I think that's the right date. Yes.
I assume, Pat, that you would agree the president is obligated to abide by the rulings of the courts.
Of course.
And I assume you also would.
Everybody is obligated to abide by rules.
Hey, I followed you.
And I assume you also would agree the president has a particular obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
We're also on YouTube too, so
that is one of the president's obligations. Correct.
Silenced.
Ivanka, do you believe the president's obligated to abide by the rulings of the courts?
You can hear it.
I do.
You can see it.
By mid-December of 2020, President Trump's senior staff were attempting to persuade him to concede the election outcome.
But if your question is that I believe he should concede the election at a point in time, yes, I did.
December 14th was the day that the states certified their votes and sent them to Congress. And in my view, that was the end of the matter. I didn't see, I thought that this would lead inexorably to a new administration.
I told him that my personal viewpoint was that the Electoral College had met.
MIMS, I'm so excited for you.
I know, right?
For barrister.
I know, I am too.
System that our country is set under to elect a president and vice president. And I believed at that point that
we actually have a Discord too. You want to join the Discord?
Means for him to pursue
it's $5 a month through Ko-fi.
Litigation.
Subscription-based Discord. We have a whole channel set.
Was probably closed.
And you recall what his response, if any, was?
He disagreed.
Secretary of Labor Gene Scalia, the son of late Justice Scalia, visited President Trump in mid-December and explained the situation clearly.
You can get merch like this.
And so I had to put a call into the president. I might have called on the 13th. We spoke, I believe, on the 14th, in which I conveyed to him that I thought that it was time for him to acknowledge that President Biden had prevailed in the election. But I communicated to the president that when that legal process is exhausted,
we even have a music channel,
and when the electors have voted, that's the point at which that outcome needs to be expected. I told him that I did believe, yes, that once those legal processes were run, if fraud had not been established that had affected the outcome of the election, then unfortunately I believed that what had to be done was concede the outcome.
Not only did the courts reject President Trump's fraud and other allegations, his Department of Justice appointees, including Bill Barr, Jeffrey Rosen, and Richard Donahue, did as well. President Trump knew the truth. He heard what all his experts and senior staff were telling him. He knew he had lost the election, but he made the deliberate choice to ignore the courts, to ignore the Justice Department, to ignore his campaign leadership, to ignore senior advisors, and to pursue a completely unlawful effort to overturn the election. His intent was plain: ignore the rule of law and stay in power. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Luria.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mid-December was a turning point. President Trump made a decision, a choice, to ignore the courts and his advisors and to push forward to overturn the election.
Oh, no, Stacey.
His efforts to overturn the election were not random or disconnected. Rather, they were part of a coordinated, multi-part plan to ensure that he stayed in power. Donald Trump was the driver behind each part of this plan. He was personally and directly involved.
Care if you're Republican, Democrat,
of course, a key element of the plan was continuing to convince tens of millions of Americans that he did not, in fact, lose.
Doesn't matter.
Again, he did this even though his own campaign advisors and his Justice Department officials told him his claims of fraud were wrong.
We know who you are.
In this video, you'll see that even when top law enforcement officials told the president his election fraud claims were false, he still repeated the claims in the days and weeks that followed. Sometimes, even the very next day.
I specifically raised the Dominion voting machines, which I found to be among the most disturbing allegations. Disturbing in the sense that I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations. I told them that it was crazy stuff, and they were wasting their time on that. And it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
We have a company that's very suspect. Its name is Dominion. With the turn of a dial or the change of a chip, you can press a button for Trump and the vote goes to Biden. What kind of a system is this?
We definitely talked about Antrim County again. That was sort of done at that point because the hand recount had been done and all of that. But we cited back to that to say, you know, this is an example of what people are telling you and what's being filed in some of these court filings that are just not supported by the evidence. And this is the problem. The problem is people keep telling you these things and they turn out not to be true.
Ties to the KKK?
In addition, there is the highly troubling matter of Dominion voting systems. In one Michigan county alone, 6,000 votes were switched from Trump to Biden, and the same systems are used in the majority of states in our country.
Anyone else? I'm about to.
I went into this and would,
y'all want to keep watching this?
You know, tell them how crazy some of these allegations were and how ridiculous some of them were.
I was just thinking the same thing.
And I'm talking about some of them like, you know, more votes,
I'm
more
used to the disturbances and the dumb shit white people do, so I eat even when
stuff like
there's
that was just easy to blow up.
Stuff happening.
There was never an indication.
Otherwise,
of
I would starve.
Interest in what the actual
we don't want that.
Are.
Trump is the best president ever. Biden is
there were more
the
votes than there were voters. Think of that. You had more votes than you had voters. That's an easy one to figure. And by the thousands.
Yeah, no, these
then he raised the big vote
on one today,
as he called it, in Detroit.
And what's ridiculous is, you know, there's so much
people saw
evidence,
boxes coming into the counting station at all hours of the morning.
Tortilla in the face
Mr. President, there are 630 precincts in Detroit, and unlike elsewhere in the state, they centralized the counting process, so they're not counted in each precinct. They're moved to counting stations, and so the normal process would involve boxes coming in at all different hours.
I think so.
What?
This is Michigan. At 6:31 in the morning, a vote dump of 149,772 votes came in unexpectedly.
With regard to Georgia, we looked at the tape, we interviewed the witnesses.
I'm sorry, because I was about to say.
Suitcase. The president kept fixating
he was
on
being
the
super
suitcase that
sarcastic.
supposedly had fraudulent ballots, and that the suitcase was rolled out from under the table. And I said, no, sir, there is no suitcase. You can watch that video over and over. There is no suitcase. There is a wheeled bin where they carry the ballots, and that's just how they move ballots around that facility. There's nothing suspicious about that at all.
Election officials pull boxes, Democrats, and suitcases of ballots out from under a table. You all saw it on television. Totally fraudulent.
This happened over and over again, and our committee's report will document it. Purposeful lies made in public directly at odds with what Donald Trump knew from unassailable sources, the Justice Department's own investigations, and his own campaign. Donald Trump maliciously repeated this nonsense to a wide audience over and over again. His intent was to deceive. President Trump's plan also involved trying to coerce government officials to change the election outcome in the states he lost.
Go get your kettle
he
corn,
personally
ready,
reached out to numerous state officials and pressured them to take unlawful steps to alter the election results in those
Down at the
states.
market, so that's
These
a good
actions,
idea.
taken directly by the president
Yeah.
himself,
I
made
got
it
all
clear
those fixins, the
what his
tahini,
intentions
the
were
mayonnaise, the
to
Parmesan.
prevent the orderly transfer of power.
January 6th committee.
We all recall, for example, President Trump's tape-recorded call with Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. At the time this call occurred, President Trump had already been told repeatedly by the U.S. Justice Department, by his campaign, and by his advisors that his allegations of fraud in Georgia were false.
Jail. Sure. Then throw him in jail.
Look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find
Sure. But say the same thing.
11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state. Look, we need only 11,000 votes. We have far more than that as it stands now. We'll have more and more. So what are we going to do here, folks? I only need 11,000 votes. Fellas, I need 11,000 votes. Give me a break.
Right now, so.
I just want to find 11,780 votes. That's an extraordinary demand by the president, especially since he already knew from the Justice Department there was no genuine basis for this request. No one could think it would be legal for the Secretary of State to simply find the votes the president needed in order to win.
Yeah, we got,
Secretary Raffensperger told the president the truth, that he lost the election in Georgia. But President Trump did not accept that answer. Instead, he suggested that Secretary Raffensperger himself might be prosecuted.
Yeah, she needs to.
That's a criminal offense, and you can't let that happen. That's a big risk to you and to Ryan, your lawyer. That's a big risk.
We know that President Trump's White House advisors reacted negatively.
You just can't come in here
Immediately
and
after the call, Cassidy Hutchinson had a conversation with Chief of Staff Mark Meadows.
You can't be transphobic. You can't be misogynist.
I remember looking at Mark and I said, Mark, you can't possibly think we're going to pull this off. Like, that call was crazy. And he looked at me and just started shaking his head, and he was like, no, Cass, he knows it's over. He knows he lost, but we're going to keep trying. There's some good options out there still. We're going to keep trying.
Don't take ivermectin for COVID.
This call and other related activity is now the focus of an ongoing criminal investigation in Fulton County, Georgia. And Georgia's not the only state where President Trump tried to pressure state officials to change the results. He also attempted to pressure state officials in Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Michigan to change the results in those states as well. While President Trump was pressuring state officials, he was also trying to use the Department of Justice to change the election results. His top officials told him that there was no evidence to support his claims of fraud, but he didn't care.
Why don't you say it like an adult
As he told them, just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican Congress. When these officials would not do what he said, President Trump embarked in an effort to install Jeff Clark as acting Attorney General, solely because he would do what others in the department would not do. We know that Trump was doing so for a specific purpose, so Clark could corruptly employ the Justice Department's authority to help persuade the states to flip electoral votes. For example, when Richard Donahue and Jeff Rosen, both appointed by President Trump, learned of Mr. Clark's proposal, here's why they said they forcefully rejected it.
And I recall toward the end saying, what you're proposing is nothing less than the United States Justice Department meddling in the outcome of a presidential election.
But more importantly, this was not based on fact. This was actually contrary to the facts as developed by department investigations over the last several weeks and months.
Which way does the KKK vote?
So I responded to that, and for the department to insert itself into the political process this way, I think would have had grave consequences for the country. It may very well have spiraled us into a constitutional crisis.
Joe Biden automatically make you a racist? What if you hate both?
We know from our investigation that President Trump offered Jeff Clark the position of acting Attorney General, and that Jeff Clark had decided to accept it. The only reason this ultimately did not happen is that the White House counsel and a number of Justice Department officials confronted the president in the Oval Office and threatened mass resignation.
I dare you.
And then
everyone who's
And I
saying
said
that the
something to the
KKK
effect of, you're going to have a huge
Democrat,
personnel blowout
I dare you
within
to
hours
go up to a KKK
because you're going to have all
member
kinds of
and tell
problems
them
with
that they're a
resignations and other
Democrat.
issues. And
Oh my
that's
God,
not
Pat.
good in anyone.
I dare anybody. I'll give you
Right.
$100
Let's-
fucking
The
dollars.
president ultimately
We all know what
relented
would happen in that scenario.
only because the entire leadership of the Department of
KKK votes
Justice,
America first,
as well as his
do
White
they?
House counsel,
or just white people
threatened
first?
to resign.
Which
I
way?
know
Mr. Chairman, I
exactly.
yield back.
There's a
Gentlewoman yields
Oh,
back.
KKK
The chair
member,
recognizes the
Democrat.
gentlewoman
I
from
fucking
Florida,
Yeah, walk into a
Mrs.
meeting
Murphy,
and start
for
asking
the
them.
opening statement.
Film it and post it on TikTok.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I bet you fucking
President
won't.
Trump's efforts to unlawfully
I bet you
overturn
won't.
the results of the 2020 election were not limited to
Yep,
the big
we're
lie
watching it right
and
now.
pressuring state
What's
officials
the dare you
and the
wanna do it?
Department of Justice
Some people are
officials.
saying that
Another
the
key
KKK
part of the
are
president's effort
Democrats.
was a
So
scheme
I
to assemble
dared
fake
them to
electors
tell
to
a
cast
KKK member
false
that they are
electoral
Democrat
votes
to
in
their
the states
face
that President
and see
Trump
what happens.
lost. This was something done not only with the president's knowledge, but also with his direct participation. Ronna McDaniel, chair of the Republican National
minuscule to
Committee,
you,
testified before
but
this
that just
committee
shows
that
me
President
that
Trump
you
and
don't
his
have any
attorney,
empathy
Dr.
for
John
other
Eastman,
marginalized communities.
called her and asked her to arrange for the fake electors
This
to
is
meet
a
and rehearse the
inclusivity
process
flag.
of
It says
casting
we,
their fake
the
votes.
people, me,
When I received the call,
You can't come in here and
again,
do
I
any
don't
high
remember
praise
the
for
exact
no fucking
date.
reason. You
It
gotta
was
love everybody.
from the White House switchboard, and it was President Trump who had contacted me.
And did President Trump have
You know
anyone
KKK
else
members?
on the
I
line
know
with
a
him?
couple, yeah. And there was a whole
He
bunch of
introduced
January
me
6th
to
that were trying
a
to
gentleman
storm the
named
Capitol and
John
change the
Eastman.
vote.
So I vaguely remember him
believe in
mentioning that he was a
nationalism? Yes.
professor,
I hate
and
everybody that believes in
then
nationalism.
essentially he turned the call
Because it's not a
over
good thing.
to Mr. Eastman, who then
Yep.
proceeded
I've worked with a bunch of
to
racists.
talk about the importance
You're a
of
tough
the
guy, I wish
RNC
I could
helping
be
the
like me.
campaign gather these contingent electors in case any of the legal
Okay.
challenges
No, I don't give a shit about
that
you.
were
Anything to
ongoing
you.
changed the
I
result
don't care.
of
So believing
any
America
of
first
dates.
is bad.
These fake electors were
Driver's ed,
ultimately part of the president's
come in the
plan
box
to replace genuine
and turn your
Biden
camera on
electors
and
with
talk
Trump
to me
electors on
about
January
this.
6th.
Come in the box.
As
Come
part
in
of
the
this
box.
plan, the false electoral
I will
slates were
pause
sent to the
this
National
whole live
Archives
stream
and to the
and
Capitol.
Talk to you. Turn your camera on.
The fake electors plan was also
And come in
tied to
here.
another plan, the coercive
White
pressure
supremacists
campaign
are
to
bad.
make Vice President Mike
Nationalistic
Pence
Christians
reject
are
or
bad.
refuse to count
There's a reason why
certain
they're
Biden
shortened to
electoral
Nazis.
votes so that President Donald Trump would, quote,
About
win
brutally
re-election
honest, yeah.
instead.
You speak
Here is
as
what
if
Vice
America
President
first
Pence
is
has said about
bad.
this scheme.
Yeah. Yeah. Because we're on stolen land.
President Trump said I had the right to
We're on stolen
overturn the election.
land. Driver said, come in the box.
President Trump is wrong.
Come in the box.
I had
bet
no
you
right
won't.
to overturn the election.
You're Latino,
The
you
presidency
believe in America
belongs to
first?
the American people
Then you're part
and the
of white
American
supremacy.
people alone.
Come in
And
the
frankly,
box.
there is no
Or
idea
pipe the
more
fuck
un-American
down.
than the notion that any
I don't give a
one
shit
person
what
could
you
choose
are,
the American
where
president.
You come from.
Make no mistake, President Trump knew that what he was demanding Vice President Pence do was illegal. He was informed of this repeatedly, and specifically
I
on
bet you won't
January
come in the box
4th.
and turn your camera on.
Even his lawyer, John Eastman, admitted in
won't. I
front
bet
of
you're gonna
President
still
Trump
talk
that
trash.
this plan would break the law by violating the Electoral
Oh,
Count
look
Act.
at you. Look, oh, now you're muted.
Did John Eastman
You're muted for the
ever
entire live.
admit,
If you want to
or
talk,
in front of the
come in the
president,
box.
that his
Come in
proposal
the
will
box.
violate the
Don't be
Electoral
afraid.
Count?
Say it with your whole face. Say it with your whole face.
I believe he did on the 4th.
And Dr. Eastman confirmed this in writing.
Oh, look,
Recall
they're
this
coming on.
email written on
Oh.
January 6, in which Vice President Pence's counsel asked Dr. Eastman, did
Now
you
turn your
advise
camera
the
on.
president that in your professional judgment, the Vice
your
President does
camera on.
not have
Okay.
power to decide things unilaterally? Dr.
Okay.
Eastman replied, he's been so advised. Of course, President Trump's own White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, also recognized that this plan was unlawful. Here is Mr. Cipollone's testimony.
My view is that the vice president.
So for
didn't have
those
the
in our
legal
chat,
authority to do
sometimes
anything
when
except
you
look
see
dead.
Vince talking, he's not actually
There is
talking to
no
us. He's
doubt
talking
that
on
President
TikTok,
Trump's
so we
pressure
are muted
campaign on
here,
Vice President
but
Pence
they can
was
hear him there.
significant. On the morning of
Right.
January 6th, 6, President Trump
He
called
has
the
a
vice
guest
president
on
from
his
the Oval
TikTok
Office
live
and
right
demanded
now.
that he overturn the results of the election.
Nice.
Numerous witnesses told
You
the
just
Select
said that.
Committee
You just
about the
said that.
invective
So you're
that
saying
President
white
Trump
privilege doesn't
leveled at
exist.
his own vice
There's no
president.
opportunities that are not presented to
Something
one
to
type
the
of
effect
people
this
that are
is
not presented to
the
another.
wording's wrong.
So that's white privilege.
I made the wrong decision
You don't
4 or
think white
5
privilege
years ago.
exists?
And the word that she relayed to that the
No.
president called the vice president, I apologize for being impolite, but do you remember what she said her father called him?
The P word.
But Vice President Pence didn't waver even when his own life was endangered by President Trump and the rioters at the Capitol on January 6th, as you'll see in more detail later.
Just tried to put words in
A
my
federal
mouth.
judge
You don't think
concluded,
that the
based on
justice
this and
system
other
was
evidence,
built
that President
to
Trump's
keep
pressure
people
campaign
down
against the
of
vice
a certain
president
minority?
likely violated multiple criminal statutes.
You don't think cops
In
are
the
racist?
end, all these people, Department of Justice officials, state elections officials, his own vice president, stood strong in the face of President Trump's immense pressure. But as we now know, President Trump had already summoned tens of thousands of his supporters to Washington on January 6th to take back their country. On December 19th, President Trump first told his supporters to come to Washington. In this and numerous other tweets, he fraudulently and repeatedly promoted January 6th as the day Americans could come and change the election outcome. For weeks, President Trump worked with others to plan the rally, intending all along that he would send an assembled crowd of angry supporters to the Capitol after his speech on their lips on January 6th.
You don't think that they're Democrat?
We obtained a text message that one rally organizer sent on January 4th. In part, it reads that, quote, POTUS is going to have us march there / the Capitol, and POTUS is going to just call for it unexpectedly.
So you're pro-choice.
Again, each of these examples, the big lie, the pressure campaigns against state officials, the pressure campaign against the Department of Justice and his vice president, the fake electors, summoning the mob, all of this demonstrates President Trump's personal and substantial role in the plot to overturn the election. He was intimately involved. He was the central player. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Schiff, for an opening statement.
Yeah, but Lindsey Graham is trying
Thank
to
you, Mr.
propose
Chairman.
a nationwide
In our past hearings, you have
abortion
seen
ban,
direct
and they're trying
evidence
to
that
ban
President Trump sent a
contraception.
crowd of his
Texas is
supporters to the
even trying to
Capitol
pass laws,
on January
and Florida's
6th,
trying to mimic it,
knowing
where if
they were
you
armed
go
and
to either
angry.
one of those states
This was the
and you
last,
find out
most
you're
desperate,
pregnant,
and dangerous
you will not be able
prong
to
of his
leave
plan
without
to
a
disrupt the
negative
joint session
pregnancy
and
test.
prevent the orderly transition of power.
Fucking wow.
On the morning of the 6th, the Secret Service was at the Ellipse, screening the members of the crowd as they entered the rally site. And they noticed something significant about the crowd. Tens of thousands of people were outside the rally site, but did not want to go through the magnetometers, the metal detectors that were used to screen for dangerous weapons. Since our last hearings, the Select Committee has received greater cooperation from the Secret Service. Nevertheless, Secret Service text messages from this period were erased in the days and months following the attack on the Capitol, even though documents and materials related to January 6th had already been requested by the Department of Justice and Congress. But we were able to obtain nearly 1 million emails, recordings, and other electronic records from the Secret Service. Over the month of August, the Select Committee began its review of hundreds of thousands of pages and multiple hours of that material, providing substantial new evidence about what happened on January 6th and the days leading up to it. That review continues. What you're about to hear is just a sample of the new and relevant evidence that we have received. Mounting evidence before January 6th predicted violence, and not just violence generally, but violence directed at the Capitol. Intelligence about this risk was directly available to the U.S. Secret Service and others in the White House in advance of the Ellipse speech, in advance of the march to the Capitol. The committee has shown evidence that President Trump was aware of the risk of violence. The FBI, U.S. Capitol Police, Metropolitan Police, and other agencies all gathered and disseminated intelligence suggesting the possibility of violence at the Capitol prior to the riot. We're now going to show you just a sample of the evidence we have received. Days before January 6th, the president's senior advisors at the Department of Justice and FBI, for example, received an intelligence summary that included material indicating that certain people traveling to Washington were making plans to attack the Capitol.
I'm not going to be.
This summary noted online calls to occupy federal buildings,
argue with Trump supporters.
rhetoric about invading the Capitol building,
I don't argue
and
with
plans
people that
to
are
arm
lesser
themselves
than me.
and to engage in political
lesser
violence
than me.
at the
Because
event.
I have the mental flexibility to change
Other
my
agencies were
mindset
also hearing predictions
and
suggesting
adapt.
possible violence at the
But y'all
Capitol.
are so stuck.
On a call with President
You can't even
Trump's
change
White
your
House
core
National
beliefs
Security
with
staff in
presenting
early
new
January
information. You
2021,
won't even wear a fucking
Deputy
piece of cloth
Secretary of
over your
Defense
mouth
David
because you're
Norquist
like, oh, it's a
had
hoax.
warned about the potential
Get the
that the
fuck out.
Capitol would be the target of the attack. Here's General Mark Milley, who was also present for this call, describing Deputy Secretary Norquist's warning.
Nope.
So during these calls,
I know. I can't imagine why a marginalized community would vote the same side as KKK. Doesn't make any fucking sense.
Norquist says during one of these calls, the greatest threat is a direct assault on the Capitol. I'll never forget it.
Not that weak baby boy.
This email, for example, was an alert that the Secret Service received on December 24th.
It is disgusting.
With the heading,
It is absolutely
"Armed and ready,
disgusting.
Mr. President."
I don't debate Trump
According to the
supporters.
intelligence,
I don't debate
multiple
people that
users
are
online were targeting
lesser
members of
cognitive
Congress,
ability
instructing
to,
others
to
to
change their
march into the chambers
mental
on January
capacity
6th
and change
and
their mindset.
make sure they know who to
Who are you
fear.
to judge anyone? Only God.
In this
can
report,
judge.
received on December 26th, the Secret Service field office relayed a tip
Yeah, which God?
that had been
Whose
received by
God?
the FBI. According to the source of the tip,
You mean the one that
the Proud
y'all
Boys
keep coming
plan to
my door and
march
asking if I found
armed
Jesus?
into D.C. They think that they will have a large enough
Maybe you
group
should
to
have
march
used
into
more nails
D.C.
when you were
armed,
hanging them.
the source reported, and will outnumber the police so they can't be stopped.
Yeah.
The source went on to say their plan is to literally kill people. Please take this tip seriously and investigate further. The source also made clear that the Proud Boys had detailed their plans on multiple websites, like the Donald.win. Let's pause
All right,
here.
yo, I'm gonna go get some food.
The Secret
I'll be right
Service
back.
had
Y'all
advance
behave, okay?
information more than 10 days
I'm gonna
beforehand
get some food.
regarding the Proud Boys planning for January 6th. We know now, of course, that the Proud Boys and others did lead the assault on our Capitol building. On December 31st, agents circulated intelligence reports that President Trump's supporters have proposed a movement to occupy Capitol Hill. In particular, they flagged spikes in violent hashtags like "We Are the Storm," 1776 Rebel, and Occupy Capitals. On January 5th, a Secret Service open source unit flagged a social media account on the Donald.win that threatened to bring a sniper rifle to a rally on January 6th. The user also posted a picture of a handgun and rifle with the caption, "Sunday Gun Day, providing Overwatch January 6th will be wild." Later, on the evening of January 5th, the Secret Service learned during an FBI briefing that right-wing groups were establishing armed QRFs, or Quick Reaction Forces, readying to deploy for January 6th. Groups like the Oath Keepers were standing by at the ready should POTUS request assistance. By invoking the Insurrection Act, agents were informed. As we all know now, the Oath Keepers did play a specific role on January 6th and had stashed weapons in Virginia for further violence that evening. Also on that day, the Secret Service was readying its security precautions for the president's speech at the Ellipse the next day. A Secret Service deputy chief instructed agents to add certain objects to the list of items that would be prohibited at the rally site, including ballistic vests, tactical vests, armored or not, and ballistic helmets. By the morning of January 6th, it was clear that the Secret Service anticipated violence. It felt like the calm before the storm, one agent predicted in a Protective Intelligence Division chat group. Another remarked how agents were watching the crazies on live stream. By 9:09 that morning, the Secret Service could also see that many rally goers were assembled outside the the security perimeter. One agent emailed, possibly because they have stuff that couldn't come through, would probably be an issue with this crowd. Just a thought. By 9:30 that morning, agents reported more than 25,000 people outside the rally site. An hour later, the Secret Service reported that the crowd was on the mall watching, but not in line. The head of the President's Secret Service Protective Detail, Robert Engel, was specifically aware of the large crowds outside the magnetometers. He passed that information along to Tony Ornata, who worked for Mark Meadows in the Chief of Staff's office. The documents we obtained from the Secret Service make clear that the crowd outside the magnetometers was armed and the agents knew it. Take a look at what they were seeing and hearing on the ground. One report from the rally site at 7:58 a.m. said, some members of the crowd are wearing ballistic helmets, body armor, carrying radio equipment, and military-grade backpacks. Another, from 9:30 a.m., said that there were possibly OC spray, meaning pepper spray, and or plastic riot shields.
Made you something, pumpkin.
At 11:23 a.m., agents also reported possible armed individuals, one with a Glock, one with a rifle. Over the next hour, agents reported possible man with a gun reported, confirmed pistol on hip located in a tree, and one detained at 14th and I Street Northwest. Individual had an assault rifle on his person.
It's in my link tree.
Minutes before President Trump began his speech, members of the Federal Protective Service, an agency tasked with protecting federal buildings, were alerted about an arrest of a protester with a gun on his waistband. And during the speech, the weapons-related arrests continued.
Get over it. The South lost.
At 12:13 p.m., United States Park Police arrested a man with a rifle in front of the World War II memorial. These agents remarked on the number of weapons that had been seized that day, speculating that the situation could get worse.
Yeah.
With so many weapons found so far, you wonder how many are unknown, one agent wrote at 12:36 p.m. Could be sporty after dark. At 12:47 p.m., another agent responded, no doubt. The people at the Ellipse said they are moving to the Capitol after the POTUS speech. As the documents we received make clear, the Secret Service was aware of weapons possessed by those gathered at rallies in D.C. as early as the evening before. Take this document, for instance, which details multiple arrests in the crowds demonstrating on January 5th. Those arrests were for weapons offenses, handguns, high-capacity feeding devices, ammunition. What the Secret Service saw on the 6th was entirely consistent with the violent rhetoric circulating in the days before the joint session on pro-Trump websites, at times amplified by the president's own advisors. On one of these sites, as you've heard, one of those was called the Donald.win. The Select Committee has obtained a text message that Jason Miller, a senior communications advisor, sent to Mark Meadows less than a week before January 6th. I got the base fired up, he wrote in all caps. He sent a link to this page on the Donald.win. The linked web page had comments about the joint session of Congress on January 6th. Take a look at some of those comments. Gallows don't require electricity. If the filthy commie maggots try to push their fraud through, there will be hell to pay.
Thank you.
Our lawmakers in Congress can leave one of two ways. One, in a body bag. Two, after rightfully certifying Trump the winner. Mr. Miller claimed that he had no idea about the hundreds of comments like these in the link that he sent to Mark Meadows.
If I had seen something like that, I probably would have flipped it to someone at the White House. If I had seen something of that nature, I would have said, we got to flag this for Secret Service or something of that nature.
Why do I have to work in this capital?
The Trump administration was aware of this type of violent rhetoric prior to January 6th. In fact, as we have seen, the Secret Service and other agencies knew of the prospect of violence well in advance of the president's speech at the Ellipse. Despite this, certain White House and Secret Service witnesses previously testified that they had received no intelligence about violence that could have potentially threatened any of the protectees on January 6th, including the vice president. Evidence strongly suggests that this testimony is not credible, and the committee is reviewing additional material from the Secret Service and other sources. The Secret Service was monitoring this kind of online activity and was sharing and receiving the results of that effort. They worked closely with other agencies, sharing intelligence about the joint session of Congress derived from social media and other sources. The same day Jason Miller sent his text message, agents received reports about a spike in activity on another platform called Parler. This was December 30th. In this email, an agent received a report noting a lot of violent rhetoric on Parler directed at government people and entities, including Secret Service protectees. One of these protectees was Vice President Pence, perhaps the primary target of President Trump's pressure campaign in the days leading up to January 6th. The day before the joint session, on January 5th, Secret Service was aware of increased chatter focused on Vice President Pence, in particular, whether he would do what President Trump wanted him to do, reverse the results of the election in the joint session the next day, January 6th. On the morning of the 6th, agents received alerts of online threats that Vice President Pence would be, quote, a dead man walking if he doesn't do the right thing.
If you don't behave,
another agent reported, quote, I saw several other alerts saying they will storm the Capitol if he doesn't do the right thing. The anger reflected in these postings was obvious. The man at the center of the storm on January 6th, President Trump. On the evening of January 5th, President Trump gathered a few of his communications staffers in the Oval Office. The door was open, allowing the president and others assembled there to hear the sounds of the crowd gathered at Freedom Plaza just a few blocks from the White House. President Trump could tell that his supporters were riled up. Here again is Judd Deere, a deputy White House press secretary, describing the president's reaction.
Bye, Felicia. Bye, Felicia. These are for Donald Trump.
He fairly quickly moved to...
Your goal here. What, is that wrong? Well, ask again. Ask again.
How fired up the crowd is.
Yeah, these are
or was going to be
3D printed handcuffs.
Okay, what did he say about it?
With a little bit of Velcro.
A
little bit of Velcro.
Just that they were fired up. They were angry. They feel like the election's been stolen, that the election was rigged, that...
yeah, for his tiny little hands.
He went on and on about
that. Maybe sit and listen. Maybe sit
yes.
and listen.
The president knew the crowd was angry because he had stoked that anger.
Spray tan.
He knew that they believed that the election had been rigged and stolen because he had told them falsely that it had been rigged and stolen.
I don't give a shit about
and by the time he incited that angry mob to march on the Capitol, he knew they were armed and dangerous. All the better to stop the peaceful transfer of power.
Rudy defensive. Well,
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Swipe on.
Gentleman yields back.
Swipe on if you don't
At this point in our meeting, we'll take a brief recess.
Yeah,
pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
If they've done something wrong, they need to be held accountable.
And there you have Chairman Benny Thompson declaring a short break, about 10 minutes or so, as the committee will go into recess after presenting a series of evidence and documents newly obtained.
MIMS, could you pause this for us, and then we'll just go back to it when they resume?
I am muting it, and then
that's perfect.
Yeah, we can discuss if you want. You want to be part of the discussion. All you red flakes have a lot of shit to say on TikTok. But
oh my God! Come in here, yeah.
You come into YouTube. Say it with your full chest. I don't know if y'all saw what happened on TikTok, but we had a
what
red
happened?
flake come in
Yeah.
here, and they were talking a whole bunch of shit. And I have decided that I'm not going to debate MAGA supporters anymore. They are not worth my energy. I am not going to debate people that are lesser.
Question for the moderators. This is question for the moderators.
Yeah.
Because you just made that statement. Are we allowed to?
Yeah, boot fucking everybody. I don't care.
Cool.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
sick of
care.
that one
Boot
lady. I'm
fucking
Today was a
everybody.
day
I
that
don't
you
care.
wanted to get
If they're
some
red
shit off
flakes,
your
I've been
chest.
if
doing
they're
that
whatever,
because it's fun.
I'm done. I'm
This is the
done.
thing.
I will not debate red flakes. I will not debate MAGA supporters. I'm not going to debate people that don't have the emotional and mental ability to change their core mindset and to think from a different perspective. Because y'all are lesser
Real
than
hard to
us.
I'm only
And I fucking
asking.
said it.
I'm only asking Mims because sometimes that's the way you take
I
your
know.
aggression out when you're feeling
I know.
feisty, and you said
Nope.
today you woke up and was having a shit day. So that's
Yep.
why I was asking.
I appreciate it. Nope,
Cool.
boot them all. I
All
don't
you got
care.
to say.
I don't care. Thanks for asking, though. Democrats are terrorists. Sure, I kind of agree, but you don't agree it's the same thing with Republicans? Yeah, they didn't hire. Yes, you are. If you wholeheartedly believe that the Lord is your shepherd, then that makes you sheep.
Right.
So.
People.
Yeah, don't take ivermectin.
Okay,
It's
just
not for
a
COVID.
little thingy. Mrs. Mama Jones, it says you get a block and you get a block and
Yeah, I
you get a
saw
block
that.
in the TikTok chat. I'm dying.
Biden said you are. If Biden says something, why do you believe him? He's almost a fucking 100 years old.
I
Why
was
do you
just
trust
waiting for
Joe
the
Biden?
okay. Now that I have it, I'm going on a rampage, y'all.
Boot him. Boot him.
Mhm.
What up, friend? How are we? It's for parasites.
I
That's
love
right.
it.
All of this
COVID
blocking.
is disease. COVID is disease. Hell racist. Bloodlines. Donald Trump.
69 people in here
USA
still talking
definitely
trash?
need new president.
Bloodlines,
2024.
Donald Trump.
What?
USA definitely need new president 2024.
What up, BSJ? How are we? Hey, I'm on YouTube now. It's in my link tree. We're streaming right now. We're watching the January 6th committee hearing. So,
Oh, I mean, you know what? You know what I love. You know what I love about TikTok is that the dumb ones, the maggots, they leave their legal given name on their thing, and it's fun when I take the screenshots and it has all of their name on
Yeah,
it.
go find us on YouTube. We're all watching it right now. You can even join us on Discord if you want.
Black.
It's a $5
You're gonna lose your
subscription
job.
base. So yeah.
Since you
I
know how
truly
many
want
people I
blind
have
justice
called
as
their
well.
employers because of that very thing. You give us the option, and I know at any
You've
given
got
moment
2
they
words
would
for
pull
me.
a
Let's
Karen
go,
on me.
Brandon.
Oh, baby.
Oh, is that what's his name said? I got 2 words for
That's
you. Let's
the
go,
right
Brandon.
word.
No, it
That's
is-
what
it was
Lauren
what
Boebert
Lauren
put
Boebert
on a
said.
Twitter, on a Twitter, a twit.
I got 2 words for you. Let's go, Brandon.
Brandon.
I don't know why Republicans that seem to be so strong, and yet they don't have the nerve to say fuck Joe Biden, like I do. They also are not strong enough to say fuck Donald Trump, and yet y'all defend Donald Trump like he's your fucking uncle or something. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
The creepiest ass uncle ever.
Yeah.
Right?
What?
Yeah, stop using
else you
stupid
never want to
code
invite
words
the
like
family
children.
gathering.
If you're not afraid of repercussions, say it like well, I'm going to say it. Say it like a
with your
man.
chest.
Say it like a man, because I'll call y'all out. Yeah, he's their daddy. Tread on me harder, daddy.
God damn it. At least I'm not drinking. Fuck.
Like an adult.
Why aren't you drinking? That's the
I was
first
about to say,
mistake.
Chinchi, I think you and I might be the only ones not.
Smoke, you got your hand up.
I just, yeah. Hold on.
Your mods will block you?
I got
I
to go
won't
and
block
stop
you for
the
saying fuck
video.
Donald Trump and fuck Joe Biden, because I say that. Yeah, they're baptizing motherfuckers in Donald Trump's portrait.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Oh my God.
Yeah, we don't like Joe Biden either. No. The only difference
Yeah,
is
but we don't baptize
Vote
our
Sherman.
children in
yeah,
the name
vote
of
Sherman 2024.
Biden.
Yeah, my hand's up. I'll just, when January 6th happened, me and my daughters watched it live on television.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Me too.
Yeah.
And the first thing my oldest daughter said, she says, if that had been a group of black people.
Oh, yeah. If it was
Oh
a
my God.
marginalized community
She
that
said
did
they
January 6th, they'd still be clean and red up.
I'm not gonna lie to
Absolutely.
you.
That-
I was having a
absolutely.
threesome on January 6th, and so when the insurrection happened, I was having a threesome, and then
You were
I
having a
thought
threesome?
my-
They were
I
going.
was having a threesome, and I thought
is
that
so
my
bad.
vagina caused the insurrection. I didn't have
Damn it. But y'all think about that. Honestly, think about that.
Oh, that's funny.
POTUS was flying high just to be
Y'all,
splatted down
follow me
because
on
of the
YouTube. We're all on
insurrection,
YouTube
man.
right now.
Ruined the whole damn
I think we
day.
have
It
about,
really, I mean, no,
16,
threesome was
17
good. I didn't
people
No,
find
I
out
mean
about the
after.
insurrection
Watching
until
the January
after
6th
That's what I'm
committee,
talking
the last
about. You could have had a
committee
good day for the rest of the day
that
until
they're
that
doing
bullshit
so
happened.
far.
Exactly.
But I'm used to
Follow
my
me, it's
sex
in my
being
link
interrupted
tree.
by nonsense.
Join us in
Clearly.
Clearly.
So I'm arguing with this dude on another post, and they were talking about like, oh, the whole DeSantis, Martha's Vineyard thing, and I was all like, I made a point where whether or not these people
It's on
were
YouTube.
illegal or not, like, what DeSantis did was illegal. Period.
And he
None
made.
as
And
it
it's
was
not even-
illegal. And do try to like argue like, oh well, Biden did it too. It's just a taste of his own medicine. And I'm
It's
like,
at night, yeah.
yeah,
they say
Biden
it's at
too.
night.
Like, it's illegal.
Yeah.
Period.
It's illegal. Plus, there's
Yeah.
also not DeSantis' state, nor is the receiving state, nor did he
No,
even make a
it's-
fucking
it's-
phone call. You make a phone
And it was
call and say,
COVID funds.
hey, do that. We're going to be sending people to wherever. Just a heads up, you might want to prep. They didn't call.
Right, and wasn't it
nothing.
with emergency COVID funds?
Yes.
Yeah. DeSantis
Right.
is a boss. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, crime boss.
Free in Florida.
I'm
Are
blocking.
you? Are you? Even though the Republicans voted
Fuck
against
that.
helping Floridians in the Recovery Act.
People like that just want
Are
to
you
lick
mad? 'Cause
the
y'all
sweat
should
off
go
of
to,
DeSantis from
YouTube.
Trump's balls, you know?
Hey,
Yikes.
man, my profile changed it just for them.
Yeah.
Nice.
Ah.
Oh, I love it, Jamal. I love it.
Yummy.
Damn it. How much time I gotta tell you? Donald Trump side. That's okay,
Nobody called
Cartman.
before they showed up at the
What's
border
wrong?
either. Well, maybe we're asking the wrong questions. Maybe we should start asking, why are Republicans so ill prepared to take on the migration of humans into the United States? Why are they so bad at streamlining the migration system? Maybe it's because y'all don't want other people in here.
Because I'm trying to pick our germs.
Tread kicker Gibbs, and yet those are the jobs that you wouldn't even fucking take. You wouldn't even fucking take. And then you get triggered that people are might even get paid the same as you do as a welder, $15 an hour. How dare a burger flipper get paid the same as me, a welder? Well, your company is still taking advantage of you. So
Exactly. Talk to the boss about that shit.
if you are a welder, and you get an opportunity to make the same amount of money as a burger flipper, then you quit the job and say, fuck you. I'm not going to be busting my
As a
ass. Fuck you.
welder?
I'm
Yeah,
not going to
exactly.
be I'm not going to be breathing in these fucking fumes in a hot ass fucking warehouse with barely
When I can
one
make
fan.
burgers.
I'm going to
Hey,
go
Mims.
sit inside and flip burgers. Yes.
There was a
If
question
you're
in the chat. Have you been NLP programmed?
Have I been what?
I don't know. I don't know what it is. I just figured I would throw it out there. Maybe somebody can explain it to me. NLP programmed is what it says.
Huh.
Does anybody know what that means?
I don't.
Tizzy brain, new word, wanted to know.
Yep.
Cool. No one understands it.
You'd
Okay.
rather work hard for honest pay? Yeah. That just shows exactly how sheeped you got when it comes to the capitalist society. So you would rather work real fucking hard for $1 than work easy for the same dollar? Do you think that hard work makes dollars more powerful?
Hard work makes your $1 equal more than my not hard work, even though it's the same dollar.
I don't work hard, and I have $1.
Look, okay. Time out. I work hard. I am a welder and I am a carpenter. I have broken my body doing this job. And guess what? I am financially insecure. POTUS just said they don't work hard. POTUS, what'd you just say?
I don't work hard. I play the market. My investments grow for me. I'm working right now. I be sitting here with y'all all damn day. I don't work hard at all.
Yeah.
I mean,
And
I don't. Literally, I learned how to boil water today.
And POTUS as well.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
My point is
I
that this
did. I
person
learned
does
that
not
if you put the
do
Deer
hard
Park
work.
bottles in the pot till it's 2 thirds.
Jasmine.
You do what?
Jasmine.
Yeah. I didn't get the recipe. Okay, well, I'm still learning the water recipe. Okay?
It's not a recipe. It's just boiling water, POTUS. Stop calling it a recipe.
Hard work. Hard work builds
It's just
character.
boiling water.
So I need to build more character.
I don't need any more character.
I mean, I am a character. Hold on, time out, POTUS.
You know what builds
Mims.
character? You know what builds character? Dealing with red flakes. That builds character.
I'm a hard worker and I have lots of characters in my head. Which one you want to talk to today, friend? Because I'm here on Zoom and I'm looking at you on TikTok. Which shade of blue do you want today? Since you want a character that works hard.
I want spicy blue. I want spicy blue.
Oh, there's no such thing as a non-spicy blue, man.
No, I want extra spicy blue. Extra spicy.
I think it's so fucking ridiculous that people truly have it. They are so indoctrinated and they have it so ingrained in every part of their being that you have to work yourself to the precipice of death.
Yeah.
In order for you to be considered a productive person or a good person or a hard worker.
Right.
Well, what about all those migrants that come over illegally that work harder than you in the shops?
Exactly.
Huh?
Or in the fields, in the barns.
Like, as a millennial, every boomer that I ever came across, they always said, work smarter, not harder. So there's that.
Absolutely. And don't forget,
Who's this
friends,
Ayn Rand?
Every single rich person in the world. Every single rich person in the world.
Ayn Rand was the ultra conservative who died in public housing penniless. She wrote Atlas Shrugged, which is a book about how rich people are going to take their toys and go live by themselves and work off the land. It's a dumbass theory that they all
Who fucking writes an 80-page soliloquy? Right?
Yeah, she's very, very individualistic and privileged.
DG Flow. Can they hear us over on TikTok, Mims?
No.
I don't think so.
Oh, well then never mind, I'll type it in. Because this person said most illegal immigrants are just underdocumented immigrants. We are fully aware. We also don't believe that any human is illegal. So
that's why I think they put it in quotation marks.
Well, I don't even underdocumented. Just the concept of documenting a human who is just going from one country to another, it still blows my mind.
Right. The crazy part is we allow corporations to cross borders for profit, but not people.
That part, Dennis.
So they are on our side. They're good.
Okay.
They made a comment afterwards saying they could be fleeing bad stuff that we never experienced or America enables.
Thank you, Tinsley.
On TikTok.
No problem.
Let's show that there's more of us that love each other than there are that hate us for no reason. Throw hearts in the chat, y'all.
Yeah.
I mean, literally most people hate me. So.
Yeah, I think most people on TikTok hate me too. It's okay. I'd rather
Sometimes
take
I
the
hate
hate. That's why I fly this flag, because I'd rather take the hate than some of the people that this represents. So, hate me, that's fine. I'm cool with that.
I had mashed potatoes with oxtails, and I just gotta say, it's so good.
I still have not had any oxtail. You guys were talking about
Oxtail's good.
See,
Hey,
that's
but
what
I got
happens when you live up in
collards
Washington
cooking.
State and you move to Texas.
Work on it.
What's up, friend?
Hey, we got.
I need to take a trip and come over and see y'all. You know, I mean.
Here we go. They're reconvening.
But I do think
Hey, I
that
got.
your oxtails
We
was
got
living,
collards
did you
cooking on the
know?
stove right
Join
now.
the committee live in progress
Yeah.
now as
All
the
right, we're
hearing
coming back.
continues. The January 6th
Okay,
committee
before we
presenting
come
its
back,
findings today.
I just
Go
really
get
want to
your
say real
water,
quick.
go get your food.
Somebody.
Floor is yours, Blue.
Oh, I was just gonna say somebody in the TikTok chat said Biden is going to heaven. Oh, I thought we were both saying things that are
And a
not
quick
going
warning
to
to
happen.
some of our viewers, some of the text in the video being used in this hearing
What?
today
That's
does contain
stupid.
It
profanity. We're
amused
back
me.
live now.
It amused me. I'm sorry.
Taliban lover? I'm a Taliban lover?
Is that his?
Chair
is that his
recognizes
name?
the gentleman
Was
from
that their name?
California,
No, they're
Mr.
calling him a
Aguilar,
Taliban lover.
for an opening statement.
Don't
forget,
right.
you let him out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Taliban lover.
America's a Taliban.
The morning
We've
of
armed
January
them and
6th,
trained them when they
President
were the
Trump
Mujahideen.
knew that
Yep.
the crowd was angry. He knew that they were armed and dangerous.
That's because we all know, you
And
know,
he knew
selling
that they were
weapons of
going to the
war is
Capitol.
way more profitable
It's important to
freaking
understand
defending-
the
They
lengths
were in
the
an
president
American
was
movie
willing to go
like those.
to
People
physically be
romancing
at
the
the Capitol
Yeah,
because it
yes,
was
I
part
saw
of
that.
his strategy
Yep.
to disrupt Congress
They were the
and to stay in
heroes.
power. As the time for the Ellipse rally approached, an email was circulated among intelligence officials, including Secret Service intelligence official, attaching communications among rallygoers that specifically contemplated violence. Trump has given us marching orders. One post on the Donald.win wrote,
Fuck Joe Biden.
basically, if you're east of the Mississippi, you can and should be there.
Fuck them all.
Advance on the Capitol. Keep your guns hidden.
Did you
Don't
just
fuck
say-
around.
seriously say
Full
faggot
kits,
America?
180 rounds
Are you fucking
minimum
kidding me?
for main rifle, another 50 for sidearm per person.
Get the fuck
What
out.
is clear from this record is that the White House had more than enough warning to warrant stopping any plan for an Ellipse rally, and certainly for stopping any march to the Capitol. And as evidence from our prior hearings has suggested, the president was aware of this information.
That Jesus
But
Christ
despite
said
awareness of the potential for
about gay
violence
folks. You ready?
and weapons among the crowd, the Ellipse event nevertheless went forward. And Donald Trump instructed the angry crowd, some of whom were armed,
Hey, you know,
to march
y'all
to the
hear he was a
Capitol.
pretty good carpenter. That's about
As
it.
my colleague Mr. Schiff just described, the Secret Service
for Donald
reported
Trump.
that thousands
Jesus
in
is
the crowd
the perfect example
near the
of
Washington
working smarter,
Monument
not harder.
would not
Instead of
enter the rally
carpentry, he
area
chose
because magnetometers
scam.
used in screening attendees
Men don't sleep with men?
would detect any prohibited
No?
items they carried.
Are you sure?
Mr. Trump knew this. His Secret Service had told him about it
You
that
want to
morning.
fuck a hot dog.
Even in spite of these warnings, Cassidy Hutchinson overheard the president say
Try
this
duck-ducking a hot dog.
shortly
God, I love
before
you, Mims.
he
That
took
was
stage.
great. If you do it long enough,
He wanted it full, and he was angry that we
I
weren't
mean, my
letting
thing
people
is,
get the
if you're
mag
low
with
key,
weapons.
like if you're
What the Secret
homophobic, low
Service
key,
deemed as weapons, and
you want to experiment a little
our
bit and see what
weapons.
it's like.
I was in the
that's
vicinity of a
my
conversation where I overheard the president say something to the effect of, you know, I don't effing care
Hey,
that they
like I
have
said, y'all
weapons.
should check out that video. I think
They're
there's
not
a
here to
video
hurt me.
of
Take the effing mags
9/11
away. Let my people in. They can march to the Capitol from here.
That's
Let the
where you
people
got them
in.
real
Take the
beautiful
effing
green
mags away.
eyes.
And when he went on stage, President Trump
They are
himself
sexy.
asked
I
law
admire
enforcement
eyes a lot.
to let his
That's one of the-
supporters
I'm the same
in the
way.
rally site.
Eyes and lips.
Absolutely. Like, I don't necessarily want a hot dog in my face.
If those
but, like,
tens
a
of
man could be
thousands of
handsome.
people
A
would be
woman could
allowed, the military, the Secret Service, and we want to
Exactly.
thank
I
you
don't
and
want
the
a hot
police,
dog in my
law
face.
enforcement.
I'd
Great,
rather
you're doing a
a
great job.
taco.
But I'd love it if they could be allowed
You know,
to
like
come
I
up
get
here
from
with
Jamal's
us. Is that
one
possible?
sexy
Can
guy.
you just let them come up
It's
here?
a spectrum. You're not just like gay
President
or
Trump
not gay.
then told his supporters to march to the Capitol. Let's pause at this point to consider President
What's
Trump's
going on,
state
guys?
of mind,
I missed a lot.
his motivation at this moment.
I don't know.
By that point, it was known
had to
to
leave
Secret
around
Service
12
that members of the
o'clock.
crowd
I
were
thought you
armed.
guys be warm on me.
President Trump had been told, and there was no doubt that President
Darling,
Trump knew what he
you
was
missed
going to
me
do,
cooking?
sending an
You
angry
missed my
mob,
sex
a number of
story?
whom
You
were
missed a
clad in tactical gear and military garb,
Darn.
armed with various weapons,
I hate when that
to the
happens.
Capitol.
You know,
There's
when you
no
have to like
scenario
go be a
where that
human
action is benign.
and
And
do
there's no
stuff that you don't
scenario
want to do.
where an American president should have
But
engaged
you can
in
always
that conduct.
rewatch the story
It
on
did not
Twitch
matter
because
whether
it was
President Trump
filmed.
believed the election
Oh, God,
had been
it was
stolen or
great.
not.
There's so much
This
laughing,
could
so
not be
much-
I
justified
would trust
on any
good times.
I would
basis
absolutely trust
for any
the
reason.
drag queen
You may also recall testimony from our summer hearings regarding Mr. Trump's efforts to lead the mob to the Capitol himself in his angry altercation in the presidential SUV.
It's funny.
When the Secret Service
have
told
this,
him it was far too dangerous for him to go. As we detailed in
I
testimony
think it's
from
a
the Metropolitan
Frankfurter
Police
shirt.
and White House personnel
says,
during our July
the
21st
indulge yourself
hearing,
in complete-
information about the altercation was widely known. So widely known that
Well, yeah,
one former
I
White
wear
House
that shirt.
employee
People give
with
me the
national
worst
security
ones here in
responsibilities
Southwest Texas just because
explained
it's a,
that this information was in fact
Frankfurter shirt.
water cooler talk
They're good
in
and
the
bad
White House
group-
complex.
People in every group, so there's good people.
Is that professional
that are
told
Nazis?
us they remember
good
hearing
people that
in the
are part of
days
the
after
KKK?
January 6th
Know what
how
you're saying?
angry the president was when he was in a limo that afternoon. That professional also testified that they were specifically informed of the president's irate behavior in the SUV
Donald Trump is
by
your
Mr.
hero?
Ornato in Mr. Ornato's office.
Yeah, I got you with that. Yeah, there's no
It was
good
Mr.
people that
Engel
are part of the KKK.
with
There's
Mr.
no good people
Ornato
are
in that
Nazis.
office. They'd expressed to me that the president was irate, on the drive up. Mr. Engel did not deny the fact that the president was irate. That, of course, corresponds closely with the testimony you saw this summer from Cassidy Hutchinson, a Metropolitan Police officer who was in the motorcade and from multiple
All
sources.
sides, man.
Additionally, after concluding its review of the voluminous additional Secret Service communications from January 5th and January 6th, the committee will be recalling witnesses and conducting further investigative depositions based on that material. Following that activity, we will provide even greater detail in our final report. And I will also note this. The committee is reviewing testimony regarding potential obstruction on this issue, including testimony about advice given not to tell the committee about this specific topic. We will address this matter in our report. We also want to remind you now
Did y'all
how
see the video of him
security
shaking his hand, get out of
professionals
the
working in the
president's
White House
car, all that
complex and who reported to national security officials responded when they learned
Did y'all
that
see
Mr.
where he
Trump
got out? They have
intended
video of
to
him
lead
getting
the
out of the
mob
car,
to the
shaking
Capitol.
his hand after that whole Secret Service
To be completely honest, we were all in a state of shock.
It's on my page. If anybody wants to look at my page, it's on my page. I showed it.
I saw that video, Nick.
One, I think the actual physical feasibility of doing it, and then also we all knew what that entailed and what that meant. That this was no longer a rally, that this was going to move to something else if he physically walked to the Capitol.
What a
I don't
guy.
know if you
He's
want
gotta
to use
get my
the word
voice
whatever.
for that little.
We all knew that this would move from a normal, democratic, public event into something else. Why were we alarmed?
Right.
The president wanted to lead tens of thousands of people to the Capitol. I think that was enough grounds for us to be alarmed.
President Trump was still considering traveling to the Capitol even after returning to the White House. He knew well before 2 p.m. that a violent riot was underway at the Capitol. He was aware of the ongoing lawlessness, but his motorcade was held on West Executive Avenue outside the White House because he still wanted to join the crowd.
I think how they blacklisted
Here's Kayleigh
these,
McEnany,
Adam
the White House
Kinzinger
press secretary, describing an exchange she had
just standing out,
with the president as soon as he arrived back at the White House.
Careful of the racial jungle.
So to the best of my recollection, I recall him being wanting to saying that he wanted to physically walk and be a part of the march, and then saying that he would ride the beast if he needed to ride in the presidential limo.
From the Secret Service, the Select Committee has also obtained important new evidence on this issue.
Yeah, name one.
It shows how frantic this hour must have been for the Secret Service, scrambling to get the President of the United States to back down from a dangerous and reckless decision.
Right? It's the new white hat.
That put people in harm's way. Take a look at the Secret Service email from 1:19 p.m. on January 6th. The minute that President Trump got out of the presidential vehicle back at the White House. As soon as the president left his motorcade, leadership from the Secret Service contacted Bobby Engel, the lead agent for the presidential detail, and warned him that they were, quote, concerned about an OTR, an off-the-record movement to the Capitol.
I always found that funny when people would say
The people
masks were
sworn to
damaging,
protect
you
the
know, to their health,
safety of
which
the
they can't
President
be
of
for
the
ones
United
that have those
States
kinds of
and who
conditions.
routinely
But
put
doctors
themselves
do
in
wear
harm's
them,
way
like,
were
all day,
convinced that
every
this was a
day,
bad
doing
idea.
surgeries, helping people.
Secret Service documents also reveal how agents were poised to take
If
President
you're
Trump
wearing a
to the
mask all day
Capitol
and it
later
damages
that
your health, you
afternoon.
should go to a dentist.
Agents were instructed to don their protective gear and prepare for a movement. A few minutes later, they were told the president would leave for the Capitol in 2 hours. It wasn't until 1:55 p.m. that the president's lead Secret Service agent told them to stand down. We are not doing an OTR to the Capitol. By then, rioters had breached the Capitol and were violently attacking the efforts of the brave men and women in law enforcement trying to resist the mob. President Trump may not have gone to the Capitol on January 6th, but what he did from the White House cannot be justified. While congressional leaders, both Democrats and Republicans, worked with Vice President Pence to try and address the violence, President Trump refused urgent pleas for help from nearly everyone around him. And what he did do only made the situation worse. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Yeah, so
the
like
chair
we
recognizes the
teach
gentleman
both
from
sides of the
Maryland,
Holocaust.
Mr. Raskin, for an
Let
opening
everybody know
statement.
how.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The president was still exhorting his supporters at the Ellipse to go fight like hell at 12:50, around the time that the first wave of rioters first breached barricades defending the Capitol.
I like that.
Secret Service documents we recently received give a timeline of precisely what the White House knew and when.
Man. I'd pay to see that.
At 1:19, the President's Emergency Operations Center sent an email to Secret Service, national security, and military advisors to the President and Vice President, informing them that, quote, hundreds of Trump supporters stormed through metal barricades at the back of the Capitol building about 1 p.m. Wednesday,
I don't think I've told you guys
running
today how
past
much I
security
love you.
guards and breaking fences.
Just thought I'd throw that out there.
When the president returned to the White House around 1:20, he entered the Oval Office and was told right then about the onset of violence at the Capitol. From that point until approximately 4 p.m., over the next 2 hours and 40 minutes, the president stayed in the White House dining room, attached to the Oval Office, and watched this unprecedented assault take place at the Capitol. We have testimony from several members of the president's White House staff establishing that President Trump refused entreaties from his closest advisors and family members to tell his supporters to stand down and leave the Capitol. Here's the testimony of President Trump's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone.
But
I can't talk about conversations with the president, but I can generically say that I said, you know, people need to be told, there needs to be a public announcement fast that they need to leave the Capitol.
Jamie's hair is looking really slick today.
And could you let us know approximately when you said that?
Approximately when? Almost immediately after I found out people were getting into the Capitol or approaching the Capitol in a way that was
What I can't understand
violent.
sometimes is how,
You on the staff
with even all these
did
people
not
that were
want
on
people to
Trump's
leave
side, saying all the crap that Trump did, people still
On
want
the
to say,
staff?
"Oh, he didn't do that," or "He didn't." He didn't. These guys said they did.
I can't think of anybody, you know, on that day.
Exactly. Well, they're all
people to
pissed
get
off
out
because
of
they're like,
the-
there's only one side that's being told all Republicans. Yeah, because that's what was the fucking administration.
No. I mean,
well, DM me your Cash App or your whatever, and we'll put your name on.
What about the president?
Yeah.
Well, she said the staff. So I answered.
No, I said in the White House.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you said who else on the staff.
So look, you even have somebody, Crystal, right now. She's wanting your Cash App. So if anyone has like $5, $2, $5, $10,
I can't reveal communications, but obviously I think,
people that are
you know,
financially stable enough, where all your bills are paid, you're not stressed out financially. If you have a couple bucks, you know, we have a group of people that are constantly struggling.
Mr. Cipollone's testimony is corroborated by multiple other White House staff
weird.
members,
Did y'all
including
see the look
Cassidy
he just
Hutchinson.
gave
Here's Ms. Hutchinson describing what she heard from Mark Meadows.
He had said something to the effect of, you know, you heard him, Pat. He doesn't want to do anything more. He doesn't think they're doing anything wrong.
A former White House employee with national security duties similarly recalled an exchange between Mr. Cipollone and Eric Hirschman about President Trump's inaction against the mob assault underway at the Capitol.
Hold on.
Mr. Hirschman said something to Mr. Cipollone. He seemed to relay that, you know, the president didn't want anything done. Throughout this period, some of the president's most important political allies, family members, and senior staff all begged him to tell his supporters to disperse and go home. They included Sean Hannity, Laura Ingraham, and other allies at Fox News, his son, Donald Trump Jr., the House Minority Leader, Kevin McCarthy, others in Congress and officials in the cabinet and the executive branch. All of them made appeals to Donald Trump, which he rejected and he ignored. The Select Committee interviewed several people who were in the dining room with Donald Trump that afternoon, and every single one of these witnesses told us that he was watching the violent battles rage on television. He did not call his Secretary of Defense or the National Guard, the Chief of the Capitol Police, or the Chief of the Metropolitan Police Department.
And to your knowledge, was the president in that private dining room the whole time that the attack on the Capitol was going on? Or did he ever go, to, again, only to your knowledge, to the Oval Office, to the White House Situation Room, anywhere else?
That's my recollection. He was always in the dining room.
Yeah, what did they say, Mr. Meadows or the president? At all, during that brief encounter that you were in the dining room? What do you recall?
I think they were, everybody was watching the TV.
Do you know whether he was watching TV in the dining room when you talked to him on January 6th?
I gotta go. I think everything's okay.
It's my understanding he was watching television.
In a little bit. I'm not leaving.
When you were in the dining room in these discussions, was the violence at the Capitol visible on the screen on television?
Yes.
The president watched the bloody attack unfold on Fox News from his dining room. Members of Congress and other government officials stepped into the gigantic leadership void created by the president's chilling and studied passivity that day. What you're about to see is previously unseen footage of congressional leaders, both Republicans and Democrats, as they were taken to a secure location during the riot.
I think he
You'll
ended
see
it.
how everyone involved was working actively
I
to
believe he
stop
ended
the violence, to get federal law
I just wanted to
enforcement
make sure.
deployed to the scene to put down the violence and secure the Capitol complex. Not just Democrats
to make him an
like Speaker Nancy Pelosi and House
if he gets
Majority
banned on
Leader
the
Steny
second one on
Hoyer,
the second
but
day.
Republicans like Vice President Pence, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, Majority Whip John Thune, and countless other appointees across the administration. All of them did what President Trump was not doing, what he simply refused to do. Take a listen.
We're starting to get surrounded. They're taking the north front scaffolding. Unless we get more munitions, we're not going to be able to hold.
The door has been breached and people are gaining access into the Capitol.
We have got to finish the procedure.
So I got a question for the chefs here. My dad gave me one of his knives that he had on his naval ship when he was in Vietnam, and it's a Russell Dexter
sense that people have
knife.
That there's
Are those pretty
some
good
security
cooking
or
knives?
some confidence that government can function and that we can elect the president of the United States. Did we go back into session?
I'd say they're like a B- tier. As long as you keep them sharp, they'll do the job.
Okay, I was just curious. They take those
like the actual like get a water stone and actually, you know what I mean, like take care of it. And yeah, Dexter's they can last.
We need an area for the
yeah, I mean I've had
They're all walking over now through the tunnels.
and it still even has the United States Navy number etched on it, or they actually engraved it, with an old engraver, hand engraver.
I'm going to call up the effing Secretary of DOD. We have some senators who are still in their hideaways. They need massive personnel now. Can you get the Maryland National Guard to come too?
You know, but
I have something to say, Mr. Secretary.
I don't spend a lot of money on that, but I've always
Mayor
kept
of
those
Washington,
because
D.C.
my dad was like, the chefs use this on the Navy ship, and they've been nice for, 100 and blah, blah, whatever years.
Porter has mentioned.
Dexter was what I used to use when I first started out. And then, of course, as, I got deeper into my craft, I bought more expensive knives. But I think my mom still actually has my Dexter.
I don't know if you have been approached about the
I just feel like they're just a really well-built knife. Like, I've gone through a lot of knives, the wife and I've bought some of those infomercial kind of things.
Could you type the okay of the federal government in order to come into another jurisdiction? Thank you. Oh my gosh, they're just breaking windows, they're doing all kinds of, it's really, that they said somebody was shot. It was just horrendous, and all at the instigation of the President of the United States. Okay, thank you, Governor, I appreciate what you're doing, and if you don't mind, I'd like to stay in touch. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Virginia Guard has been called in.
I'm just talking to Governor Northam, and what he said is they sent 200 state police and a unit of the National Guard. They're breaking windows and going in, obviously ransacking our offices and all the rest of that. That's nothing. The concern we have about personal harm, personal safety it just transcends everything. But the fact is, on any given day, they're breaking the law in many different ways. And quite frankly, much of it at the instigation of the President of the United States. And now, if he could at least somebody.
Yeah, why don't you get the President to tell them to leave the Capitol, Mr. Attorney General, in your law enforcement responsibility. A public statement, they should all leave. This cannot be just we're waiting for so-and-so. We need them there now, whoever you got.
You also have troops. This is Steny Hoyer. Troops.
Okay, so we have a little bit of time to make that decision.
Andrews Air Force Base.
All right.
Other military bases.
Thank you.
We need active duty National Guard.
How soon in the future can you have the place evacuated, pulled, cleaned out?
I don't want to speak for the leadership that's going to be responsible for executing the operation, so I'm not going to say that because they're on the ground and they're the
Well, just pretend for a moment it was the Pentagon or the White House or some other entity that was under siege. And let me say, you can logistically get people there as you make the plan. We're trying to figure out how we can get this job done today. We talked to Mitch about it earlier. He's not in the room right now, but he was with us earlier and said, we want to expedite this, and hopefully they could confine it to just one complaint, Arizona, and then we could vote, and it would be, then just move forward with the rest of the state. The overriding wish is to do it at the Capitol. What we are being told very directly is it's going to take days for the Capitol to be okay again. We've gotten a very bad report about the condition of the House floor with defecation and all that kind of thing as well. I don't think that that's hard to clean up, but I do think it is more from a security standpoint of making sure that everybody is out of the building, and how long will that take? I just got off with the Vice President.
And I got off with the Vice President-elect. So I'll tell him.
Okay, but what we left the conversation with, because he said he had the impression from Mitch that Mitch wants to get everybody back to do it there.
Yes.
I said, well, we're getting a counterpoint that is, we could take time to clean up the poo-poo that they're making all over literally and figuratively in the Capitol, and that it may take days to get back.
And I'm at the Capitol building. I'm literally standing with the chief of police of the U.S. Capitol Police. He just informed me what you will hear through official channels. Paul Irving, your sergeant at arms, will inform you that their best information is that they believe that the House and the Senate will be able to reconvene in roughly an hour.
Good news.
Be in touch about the process for getting members back in the building.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Good news.
You know, then talk to Jill and be like, "Hey, Jill, I just got fucking stabbed."
In this video, you just saw Senator Chuck Schumer urging Acting Attorney General Jeff Rosen to get President Trump to call off the rioters. Of course, Acting AG Rosen did take action to defend the government, as did many other officials, but congressional leadership recognized on a bipartisan basis that President Trump was the only person who could get the mob to end its violent siege of the Congress, leave the Capitol, and go home. Here's Senator McConnell speaking after January 6th about how President Trump abandoned his duties and failed to do his job.
It was obvious that only President Trump could end this. He was the only one who could. Former aides publicly begged him to do so. Loyal allies frantically called the administration.
Yeah, but I mean, if you
President
tell the
did not
kid
act
that,
swiftly.
the kid might be like, "Oh yay, if I keep doing it, I don't."
He did not do his job. He didn't take steps so federal law could be
Like,
faithfully
I'm gonna get worse,
executed
so I don't have to be here.
and order restored. No.
I'm so sorry, honey.
In the midst of this violent chaos, Kevin McCarthy implored Donald Trump to tell his supporters in the mob to leave the Capitol. And when that didn't work, McCarthy called Trump's adult children to try to get them to intercede with Trump to call off the insurrectionary violence. In our prior hearings, we showed you a description of what McCarthy told Republican Congresswoman Jamie Herrera Butler about his conversation with Trump during the violence. Another witness, Mick Mulvaney, President Trump's former chief of staff, has also come forward and corroborated her shocking account.
Okay. Well, if you tell me what you want to eat,
Kevin
I will
McCarthy,
order
who's
it.
the Republican
or
leader, about
whatever.
this. And he said he called Donald. He finally got through to Donald Trump, and he said, "You have got to get on TV. You've got to get on Twitter. You've got to call these people off." You know what the president said to him? This is as it's happening. He said, "Well, Kevin, these aren't my people. You know, these are Antifa." And Kevin responded and said, "No, they're your people. They literally just came through my office windows, and my staff are running for cover. I mean, they're running for their lives. You need to call them off." And the president's response to Kevin, to me, was chilling. He said, "Well, Kevin, I guess they're just more upset about the election, theft than you are." And that's, you've seen widespread reports of Kevin McCarthy and the president having basically a swearing conversation. That's when the swearing commenced, because the president was basically saying, "No, I'm okay with this."
Then you can't take care of.
I had a conversation at some point.
How could you
in
take care of our
day or week
your client,
after the riot with Kevin McCarthy? Yeah, it was very similar to what Jamie had. The conversation she had retold about how he called and asked the president to get them to stop, and the president told him something along the lines of, "Kevin, maybe these people are just more angry about this than you are, maybe more upset." I had the conversation similar to that with Kevin in the day to week after the riot.
And we know how Kevin McCarthy described President Trump's conduct, both in public and in private.
Okay.
The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters. He should have immediately denounced the mob when he saw what was unfolding. These facts require immediate action by President Trump. Accept his share of responsibility, quell the brewing unrest, and ensure President-elect Biden is able to successfully begin his term. But let me be very clear to all of you, and I've been very clear to the president. He bears responsibilities for his words and actions. No ifs, ands, or buts. I asked him personally today, does he hold responsibility for what happened?
Front door of the school.
Does he feel bad about what happened? He told me he does have some responsibility for what happened. And he needs to acknowledge that.
2:24 p.m., knowing the deadly riot was now bearing down on his own vice president, President Trump composed and sent a tweet attacking Vice President Pence, accusing him of cowardice for not unilaterally rejecting Electoral College votes for Joe Biden and simply handing Trump the presidency. The impact of that tweet was foreseeable and predictable. It further inflamed the mob, which was chanting, "Hang Mike Pence," and provoked them to even greater violence. This deliberate decision to further enrage the mob against Vice President Pence cannot be justified by anything that President Trump might have thought about the election. The tweet came precisely at the time Pence's Secret Service detail was most seriously concerned for the Vice President's physical safety. We've obtained new documents from the Secret Service, real-time chats that underscore the threat they knew the Vice President would be facing because of the President's escalating incitement of the mob.
Huh? No, what were you going to say?
After Trump's tweet, one agent in the Secret Service's intelligence division immediately warned, POTUS just tweeted about Pence, probably not going to be good for Pence. Another agent reported the dramatic impact of Trump's anti-Pence tweet on his followers. POTUS said he lacked courage, over 24,000 likes in under 2 minutes. Employees at Twitter were nervously monitoring the situation. They knew that certain Twitter users were rioting at the Capitol and tweeting about it at the same time. As the afternoon progressed, the company detected a surge in violent hashtags on the platform, including lines of lethal incitement like, "Execute Mike Pence." Listen to this former Twitter employee, Anika Navaroli, who first came to the committee anonymously, but has now bravely agreed to be named because she wants to speak out about the magnitude of the threats facing our people.
You were also seeing content on the platform at that time that was threatening towards the vice president. Hashtag execute Mike Pence.
They were literally calling for his execution.
As this tweet was going out.
Yes, in response to this tweet too, because I think as many of Donald Trump's tweets did, it again fanned the flames, and it was individuals who were already constructing gallows, who were already willing and able and wanting to execute someone and looking for someone to be killed. Now the individual who has called upon them to begin this coup is now pointing the finger at another individual while they're ready to do this.
Here's a small sample of the reactions that President Trump's Fan the Flames tweet provoked among Capitol rioters in real time.
What percentage of the crowd is going to the Capitol?
100%. It is spread like wildfire that Pence has betrayed us and everybody's marching on the Capitol, all 1 million of us. It's insane.
Good deal. I was actually just feeling that little more. That's just the Pisces in me.
Is your wife okay?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now.
Everything's okay.
Good.
She got stabbed with a pencil today?
What?
2:30 and 2:35 within 10
Ouch.
minutes,
Ow.
Stabbed with what?
Pencil.
A pencil.
She works with children that have autism. And I can't really talk much about it, but there's a medication change. And
you said enough. You said enough. You're in a panel with neurospicy people. We understand when you said that your wife works with autistic.
Right.
By the way, a lot of that healthcare system, abrupt changes in medication, not
not good. Yeah, we should make that a subject for one day.
Transportation Secretary Elaine Chao.
But she is okay, correct? Okay. Sending you guys love, MIMS.
Thank you.
And Mrs. MIMS.
It was scary because I couldn't get her on the phone. She was like, I was just stabbed. And I was like,
was stunned by the president's parents.
MIMS, take a few deep breaths. Bam. A few slow, deep breaths. I can still see it on your face. Your face is red right now.
I know. I probably gotta go.
Be the sort of leader.
All right. We love you, man.
We'll see you tomorrow, yo.
I'll be on tomorrow.
Yep.
Were shocking. And
This is on YouTube.
Yeah, just keep us posted.
As I mentioned in my statement, that I could not put a
All right. Bye, guys.
Love you, brother.
Bye, everybody.
for such that it is impossible for me to